3 jokes. I know what one is. That was.
Okay. It is 1:07 p.m., October 17th, 2024. The federal felons in Unit 207 illegally and criminally shut off my live stream and disconnected this laptop from the internet again, something they've done 3 times total since they last kidnapped my children. So apparently the YouTube live stream before this ran for 8 hours and 50 minutes, although on the laptop it appeared to be running well into 9.5 hours. Until I opened up my YouTube on a different laptop, and then lo and behold, the federal felons upstairs did what I just addressed. So we're going to have to go over my sequential talking points that I already went over twice now. Again, because of the imbeciles upstairs who've been double charging me for internet, sometimes 5 times over, depending on what you're looking at and the funds that they've stolen from me. These are some of the federal felons going to prison who are all currently in Unit 207, the condo above my home of 12 years still, even though they've kidnapped my children and stolen 20 grand from me. Oh, federal felons, remember, you're the ones going to prison. Before I get to the sequential talking points, I need to put the proper title here on this video, since the federal felons upstairs did what they did with the one prior to this that should have run for a couple of more hours were it not for their evidence tampering. Okay. I'm almost done with that. All right. It says those changes should be saved, and that I should have a title. Let me open the edit from this browser. Yes, those changes are saved. Okay, so it is October 17th, 2024, 1:10 p.m. PST. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Wind pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Now, I am to go over a series of sequential talking points, which I already went over twice, but because of the federal felons in Unit 207 and their disconnecting of my live stream for somewhere between 30 and 40 minutes, right before I initiated this one. Nothing happened, by the way, in that period of time. I was just listening to Bert Kreischer's podcast. So this letter was sent 2 days ago at 4:28 a.m. It was received on October 15th, 2024 by every federal felon that's going to prison, their employers, every single precinct, department, office, association, LLC, etc. that is facing prison time and has been 100% legally liable for all 100 plus crimes that have been perpetrated against me just since September of last year, as recent as this very moment in time. It was also sent to reporters, to every judge's personal law clerk at the Snohomish Superior Courthouse, the Attorney General, the Snohomish County Sheriffs, the school district I worked at for free for over 7 years, my son's superintendent, the entire clerk's department of the Snohomish County Superior Courthouse, and of course, the FBI. It was also sent to my property manager and my quote-unquote landlord slash extortionist slash one of multiple third parties used to kidnap my sons, i.e. another co-conspirator, or as the FBI and the Seattle Federal Marshals have called it, domestic terrorist. Just joking. I don't think Erica Owens will be convicted for domestic terrorism or indicted for it. But everyone in Unit 207 will be. So I'm going to start with the subject letter. I am going to alter simply the date and time. Everything else I'm going to read verbatim or paraphrase really, really well. Some parts of this letter I have almost memorized because it's an update to the September 15th letter that we've been going over 4 times every 24 hours in these YouTube live streams. So the subject line here is October 17th. Remember, I'm changing the dates and times. 2024. Debrief in my final legal notice to all of you guilty of being federal felons and/or third parties used to perpetrate crimes at their behest, i.e. the North Everett Precinct, Everett Prosecutor's Office, Unit 207. File this in any/all fraudulent legal cases you have involving my name, as I have not been legally served anything and my sons continue to be kidnapped for the 5th time in 6 weeks, concurrent with holding me hostage for a 71st day, owing me over $18,000 stolen since February 2nd, 2024, and in retaliation to my 13 months of cease and desist letters and reports on threats like these kidnappings. Remaining threats are to convict and/or commit me for no legal reason, evict me from my home of 12 years, and give my disabled sons to my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, and their abuser too. Now to the contents of the letters, guys. To whom it may concern, this is an updated brief to my September 15th, 2024 letter. Some things remain the same. Others are new information, such as the following. 1, for example, the last time a North Everett precinct officer illegally came to my home while holding me hostage via their officers in Unit 207, ignoring over 12 months of cease and desist letters, hanging signs, my YouTube live stream, which they've had on record of being viewable, including a reasonable accommodation request to not knock on my door without an appointment via email, and attempted to illegally enter per the directives of Unit 207 federal felons and third parties, and walk into my living room was on September 26, 2024. You can watch the YouTube live stream. 2, the last time a fourth party came to stalk me and copy the behavior of the North Everett Precinct was the night before last. My father, whom I cut out of my life 9 years ago, that has been orally told to stop stalking me on behalf of Erica Owens, my mother I cut out of my life after she began extorting me circa 2022, who wants an additional $200,000 for the home I own that has been in her name for 12 years, whom assumed a level of liability based upon whatever frauds she has now committed at the Snohomish Superior Courthouse by conspiring with Unit 207, the North Everett Precinct, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser. For the record, I will not be opening the door for anyone who has not been cleared and/or approved by the FBI, as has been the case for months, and neither of my parents are on that list. 3, the last time unopened envelopes appeared outside my door was shortly after my September 15th letter that this is an update of. There are currently multiple unopened, not authorized, large manila envelopes outside my door. I have not been personally served anything since February 2023. Any claims elsewise are fraud, and I have the YouTube live streams to prove it, as I have been running them 24/7 since day 3 of 71 of being the hostage of Unit 207, the North Everett Precinct, Everett prosecutors. This is important, as for weeks the FBI did not authorize my opening my door at all while being held hostage and actively stalked by the City of Everett employees, whom are going to prison. 4, I continue to be stalked by those whom have been guilty of it and received cease and desist letters since April and/or September of 2023. The North Everett Precinct bears a substantial financial liability, including every non-immune civil rights violating stalker in Unit 207, and that they have sent to break the law, kidnap my sons, commit fraud, harass, etc., point blank. Now, lesser important updates in the memo from September 15th with numerical data adjusted. I continue to be prevented from filing anything in the legal case that is 14 years old with my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, and/or any other case that has my name that I have not been legally served for. Law clerks, petitioners, federal felons, file this, please, to the clerks, and/or anyone else who files this on my behalf. And the court cases provided in my email from the end of August who write they want $1,000 from me will receive that when I am paid per the Attorney General /FBI. following the detainment, arraignment, and indictment of 27 named federal felons, excluding those whom have blown the whistle and will be testifying against those whom they took orders and illegal authorizations from and/or were promised non-existent, fraudulent immunity. I have been instructed to relay the following information per the FBI. 1. It is October 17th, 2024, 1:17 p.m. PST. This is day 71 of being held hostage by the undercover officers in the unit directly above my home of 12 years, whom for a year straight have discussed over 100 crimes to be perpetrated by them against me, including but not limited to threats for a year to kidnap my sons with third parties, reported to everyone, including the guilty parties prior, to convict and or commit me and evict me and give custody of my sons to my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser. As a result, for a year straight, I must record a YouTube live stream anytime I leave my home, even to the dumpster. When they illegally shut off our phone and internet provider of a decade in August and then blocked not one, but 5 different cellular providers, brand new phones, and over 9 eSIMs from activation and prevented my ability to make a call and/or YouTube live stream, they began holding me hostage, following over 72 cease and desist letters for a year straight, including to every third and fourth party they have now put under their own federal investigation. As of today, I continue to be unable to make a call and to be owed nearly $1,000 from August spent on various cellular providers that due to North Everett Precinct Unit 207 prosecutors, I have not been refunded, in addition to the further financial frauds they are guilty of from September 1st, September 5th, October 1st, and October 5th. I cannot even dispute these transactions due to their crimes requires phone and or mail contact. For instance, the FBI has instructed me to keep the YouTube live stream from August 23rd public, as 3 hours in, you can see an officer whom was instructed to come to my home to commit fraud. After 11 months of cease and desist letters not to do so, criminally trespass, and even with a sign that stated don't knock without a warrant, and 2 morbidly obese women who received the same 11 months of cease and desist letters, whom were orally told the same less than a week prior, and who had 2 colleagues told the same thing in the 2-minute live stream that is also public from August. This was done per the FBI as an attempt to create a non-existent federal defense. And to further delay the thousands owed to me prior to my updated tort claim of August 14th. Brandon Gill is an officer. I reported all the officers in Unit 2072. He was instructed/ordered to aid the North Everett Precinct/Everett Prosecutor's Office by pretending/committing fraud, that he sent a referral to them when they had been planning this for a year, and I've been reporting it for just as long. Ergo, he is now going to be arrested too, unless he has blown the whistle. Anne-Marie Bowers, the HOA/property manager of my home of 12 years. As far as I know, she has done nothing lately that's illegal, but the FBI wants me to address that she is also under investigation and was also promised fraudulent, non-existent immunity to partake in crimes against me. Whether she declines or accepts that offer, I have not been told. 3. Next, I am to address verification. The FBI has stated if you're seeking verification and not getting it, being stonewalled, you either are under investigation, one of 27, and or you're a known/close associate of someone who is. However, the FBI has stated I am to direct you to read the entire tort claim of August 14th, and then all the updates they instructed me to post on Facebook in the month of August. But do so in reverse. Start with the August 31st update at 3:50-something p.m. The FBI has stated any enforcement officer with half a brain will have their verification if they do. 4, I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I have been authorized to state I am an informant for many months. 5, I am a former mental health professional. The last of my licenses expired in 2016. I didn't renew any of my licenses because I've had the same job for over a decade, one that's been adjudicated on in every United State and territory. I'm a legally ordained minister/freelance author whom provides confidential advice. 6, lastly, the FBI wants me to point out some of the instructions that I am under. 1, don't open any mail from federal felons, as it is, quote, fraud that will be, quote, struck down and, quote, used to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. 2, I'm not to cooperate with any federal felons, i.e. everyone who has been receiving cease and desist letters from me since September of last year. In closing, as stated previously, I cannot file anything because the federal felons upstairs using fraudulently obtained sealed court orders for over a year to moonlight as my devices and cyber attack me are preventing it. I need one or more of the people getting this to do the right thing and get this before any judge or commissioner. And if anyone getting this has not blown the whistle to the FBI because, like most, you thought that the police prosecutors affiliates were good people, remember, these people are facing 30 years to life in prison. Blow the whistle. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Mystic Gwen, aka Lynette Renee Hansen, due to legal name change years before COVID due to authorship purposes. It is now 1:22 p.m. PST, October 17th, 2024. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen pursuant to the FBI's instructions as I continue to be held hostage and the FBI continues to wait to throw everybody's ass into prison who's going there from the city of Everett, of which there are many. Now, do keep in mind, the FBI has also stated there have been double-digit whistleblowers, that every place that there could be plural whistleblowers, there have been plural whistleblowers. And then remember, everybody, since August 25th, the FBI has stated that there are some federal felons that won't be facing life sentences until they've followed through with their remaining actionable threats of this month. That's the only reason no one's been detained as of yet. And there are 14 days left of this month. 2 weeks. Just a friendly reminder from the girl that you'll be paying over $2.5 million to. It's 1:24 p.m. now, October 17th, 2024. Now you are going to hear the beginning of this video, as I need to play it and make sure that there is still audio. Minutes, although on the laptop it appears to be running well into. Oh, federal felons, you're so dumb. Also, let's go over some quotes from the FBI. The FBI has said explicitly about Unit 207, quote, they are not nearly as smooth as they like to imagine. Of the North Everett precinct, quote, the precinct of fraudsters, quote, most officers take an oath to serve and protect. The North Everett precinct takes an oath to abuse and deflect. Quote, that constitutes domestic terrorism.
Right? And that's always the fun to have, like, that kind of like energy on stage too. Because I'm just very on a big stage. Like, I love a stage. Like, when I'm in a comedy club and I'm working my material, that doesn't necessarily work because I find so much in my mind. You know, so like when I go to the theaters, like I'll start, I'm like, you know what, I'm not even say words to people. I love it. Yeah. So that was one of the things that was exciting. It's funny how much I've changed as a performer. Like when you think like that, because in clubs, I was wild in clubs. And then when I get to theaters, I stopped being as wild. And now I don't. I mean, like I was the kind of guy that like, knowing you, I used to tour Steve. So the sex party at the end, yeah, good shit. And I think Steve would admit this. We kind of Friday party at the college exam. And so like he started presenting about men's health as a doctor, but we made him a volunteer at the time. Say we were trying to don't worry about proctology exams. So I just make you do one live right now. Or walk proctology exam. Doctor was saying like that's the proctology exam. Or something like that. They got all quiet. It was so fucking weird. They got all quiet and the way I stared at the back of me. I said, Mark, just so you know, you have a finger in your anus. Sound from he falls. I saw live television. This is what happened. He falls over the back. Oh, people were dying laughing about the staring thing. But then we were in Carlos Bakery and I'm sorry, we were outside the park. So when Sal was talking about, we didn't say that Obama is going to take down the gardens. So Obama did that series like Sal. One was like super cool. We did a couple of Obama jokes. It was like, yeah, and then 5 minutes later, the South being really weird. The lady like notices our cameraman. Side she notices a tripod with the camera on. She goes, "What's that black thing over there?" I'm like, Obama. We fucking lost it. Sound probably they plant right in his face. Like, what the fuck? Oh, so that was on the point. I did put that so much this month. How lucky do you find yourself? I feel like that. I feel consistently like I'm the luckiest man in life. So what do you want to do now? Like you're on tour. Like what do you want to do? Like I think you're in this. We call it the proverbial catbird seat. Let me sit up. Hey, have you ever heard that phrase? I did the proverbial catbird seat. This is our favorite saying. We have a good radio. It's a idiomatic phrase used to describe an human position. Yes. And also you're in an enviable position. You have a great marriage, you have great kids, you've got money, you're doing stand-up, you're doing well. The world is your oyster, and you're in the proverbial catbird seat. What do you want to do? Well, I got this thing always to be a director did, and that's always what I want to do. I always say that's what I want to do. But I'm a director of film, so I have film scripts. I want to do that. I don't want to do comedy. Action comedy is where I lean, but I do have a horror one I like too. Horror's the one I would even do that's a horror film. Yeah, I got a fun one. Comedy's so fucking hard. My daughter went to comedy. I was like, what do you mean? Like, I'm not laugh. I'm like, what? Like, they want to say it's Ventura. I'm like, go to that street because he has special needs. Wow. And I was like, no. They're like, you're supposed to laugh at special needs. I was like, wow. Okay, so it's fucking hard to and it's so funny how many of those movies and kids can just take part in comedy. They can. And not like us. When we're kids, it's like, Bill Murray's in it. And Chevy Chase is in it. It's going to be good. But I got to be honest with you, I would tell you that I would argue, tell me what you think about this. You had to learn how to get confidence. If you didn't get it, you're a fucking loser. If Airplane came out and you said that wasn't funny, you were destroyed. No one respected you. No one fucking if when Sam Kinison came out, if you were like, I don't fight by yelling. You had to yell. Fucking ostracized. When Dice Clay came out, you either one of the cool kids, you were a fucking loser. You sneak and listen to it, or shit. The kids. Well, I can argue that people would say the same thing about us people. Like, they either get it or they don't. They love it or they don't. The fan base is rabid or they're not. Like, it's interesting. Comedy always has a consistent. There's a discovery about comedy. One person on the train, and she goes, or if you're, like, we haven't seen this. That's the kind of, that's this. So I feel that way. I feel that way. Yeah. Like, especially when I see, like, a young comic I really like. I like texting them about bodies. But you see those guys fucking shit. Really? They'll tell me the person I'm doing it. So I want them to feel like that person found their pulse. Because they did. They got it through you. Yeah. It's great. Oh, it smells so good, dark. I love the snitch side. Freshman year of college. Oh, I love them for I get a dog. But like that, it's a series of hard times.
Hey, federal felons, remember, vote for Bob Ferguson because he knows each of your names.
It wasn't his hand down, you know. What we thought he should have done. So I go back to our house. And their room, like in an apartment, got done. And this guy, Cuz. The Cuz worked for the police bill. Cuz set up all the disco trees, he set them all up. And if there was anything broken, Cuz took it home. Cuz would always break a couple boxes. Awesome, bring them home. We had so many nutter butters in our place. And I found marijuana, I found Sonic the Hedgehog, I found Minecraft Panic, and nutter butter all the same time. A combination. And I would get up in the morning and I would put out a pack of nutter butters on a plate and then put it in a cabinet. And I'd let it stale out. So there's nothing better than nutter butter. Nothing better is a stale nutter butter that kind of blends with you. Oh God, getting it on that count. That night I go get those nutter butters, I throw the whole place on the hedgehog, listen to Steve Brown by Bucko Whitefield Band, and fucking hold these bitches down. There you go, you're welcome. I love nutter butter. Yeah. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan merchant. Alright. Milk stuff Oreos. Yeah. Now, I argue.
Here, federal felons, let me just do something because I refuse to believe you're as stupid as you are. Okay? Let's pretend you're watching a TV show. Here's the plot of the TV show. Woman is terrorized by corrupt city employees who are going to prison. For over a year, above her home, they discuss every single crime they're going to perpetrate against her on a week by week basis with some major felonies that they planned on making actionable in September and October. And now, according to one very frightened federal felon that is absolutely going to prison for the rest of her life since August, she'd like to delay that until Christmas. One of those actionable threats, anyway. Woman reports it to the FBI. Woman has friends throughout the country that work at the FBI, but not in the specific Seattle field office. Yes, she knows one FBI agent in Washington, but it's a friend she hasn't seen in many years. And he didn't even work for the FBI when they met. He got a job there years later. And then I want you to imagine while you're watching the TV show, everything has happened that has happened. And then you tell me, federal felons, are you really smarter than the FBI? It's 1:36 p.m. PST, Thursday, October 17th, 2024. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Glen per the FBI's instructions.
We weren't allowed just too many treats. My Aunt Tony, my cousin Jamie, they used to go for some bucks at his house. And it was the Wild West over the snack drawer was on. You could reach everything like in my house, they had the top snack drawer.
Were you able to put it together when I described it like a TV show, guys? No? Still no?
So they would have Oreos, and we would do Oreos and milk, and then my aunt put my balls off when she poured Coca-Cola and milk. And I had a Coke milk and Oreo. But I think Oreos.
Oh, and I might add, the whistleblowers are no one's favorite characters, but they're sort of in a little lean off to the side from, the main antagonist. It appears that analogy I just provided has gotten some correct results. All of a sudden, it's like a blinding light, eh? Let's hope you blew the whistle. Because in case the federal felons have forgot, the only people left who believe any of your bullshit are those of you who are going to prison. Do the sheriffs believe your bullshit? No. But they have been ordered to let you say your bullshit and to record it and to take your calls and your letters and to let you yip yap all you want. Do the judges and commissioners believe you? Or the clerks? No. You think that it's because I have a friend at the clerk's department that things are becoming admissible, that you've been trying to obstruct justice, even though you guys have hundreds of counts on each of your indictments for obstruction of justice. Hundreds of counts. One lady has over 200 counts of obstruction of justice. I assume that's the woman that's been looking at 80 years since the last week of August. The one who wants to wait till Christmas. Anyway, just remember, guys. Remember how many times I fucking told you in cease and desist letters and orally every day you held me hostage on YouTube.
I don't know what to close on. I think I'm going to close on. Okay, I don't know.
And just to be clear, if you were watching this in a TV show, you would appropriately guess the ending.
Close on. I'm going to close on what I think is the best treatment. These, I want to say these are within 5 years old. Flip sides, yeah. Flip sides are absolutely, without a doubt, the best cracker that's ever been made. Here, you know it's a good cracker. We don't need a top. When you can just go in and go raw on that flip side, that's fantastic. You don't need, I don't need a slice of cheddar. I'm not looking for a spread. Oh, so for you to lose, it is a rich cracker on one side and a pretzel on the other. That's right, flip sides. They're fucking so good. They're so fucking good. The pretzel sneaks up on you. It's a real punch in the nuts. Yeah, it really is. Right. Now, I'm going to pull out my all-time favorite birds. Without a doubt, there's one treat. I say treat, I like over treats. That's how I live my life. Treat don't like to know when you're going to go to work, you're going to have treats. You and I say things, right? Yeah. What's your favorite treat? My favorite's about desserts. Because I'm big into desserts. All my dogs named after Italian pastries. Are you serious? You know, like this guy that talks about tiramisu. I have a brother that says I have fettuccine alfredo. Combos. I remember one time was people combos. I love saying this. I love doing this. I think it's an old thing. I love telling you I was there when they started. It is an old thing. Because I can't say that. Not your uphill. It's spelled both ways. That's a combo. I talked to Leanne's grandfather in Haskell. I said, his name was Haskell, yeah. He said, I said, you remember 1980? I was 8 years old. I remember getting combos for the first time. I remember seeing combos for them. I was alive. Can I tell you? I was around when the whatchamacallit was created. Oh my God, that's good. Yeah, 1980 they came out with it. And my mind was blown. And my mind was blown. And I had stopped eating potato chips. I stopped everything. And I started eating combos. And I did a ride or die for combos. I'll say combos is two snacks that are road trip snacks that you're picking up on the road. It's this. It's Bugles, right? You don't get Bugles anywhere else besides like a gas station where you're about to the road. No. There we go. Start the car. This is a road trip snack. Oh, and when they came up with buffalo blue cheese, I sent a tweet out. And I said, it was redefined my palate. The world is my oyster. I don't know what's next. Please, anyone give a suggestion. It's a tweet I put out to combos and it went viral. And combos reached out to me. And they would send, I'm not lying, boxes and boxes of combos. I had combos forever and I was so fucking happy. But I will have to say this. But undeniable. The most undeniable treat there is. Without a doubt. No one can ever dispute it. No one can ever try one. And I was there with my try one, you will eat the whole bag. Everything Doritos has done up to now has been child play. Bullshit. This is what everything they work for. This is the lightning in the bomb. This is the lightning in the bomb. This whoever came up with this should have the corner office. He should change his name to Mr. Dorito. He should have the corner office, and also he should retire and run this money. You know how much money the airlines slave him? It's unbelievable. It redefines the chip. Every gimmick. This is the best chip. If you've never had one, you said, well, I don't like sweet spicy. Huh? Fire. Fire. So good. I might have a problem tonight. You ever had one? Sorry. You know that? That would be good. That's right. Okay. Here's something. They're the fucking best. This is your mouth eating you and wanting more at the same time. You know, it's too hot. I can give you more. I'll tell you what I like. Doritos school. Send your truck loads up. I would like them to make just sweet, spicy, sweet chili. Love that it's required. I would like this has found its way into recipes. There's a recipe for when you make a crusty, like a panko crusty. Yeah. You use these. You put it on chicken, and you make a buffalo style chicken. That's what you should cook. And you cook the best. Do that in your children. Use that, and that's it. And then I'll just send you Doritos, and then you have Doritos for life. I don't want to tell you to run your business for it, but I don't need to help. That's what I'm saying. You showed up with it before you. They have a couple misses to the Doritos. Like Cool Ranch was that big one after nacho cheese, right? They did the nacho, then it was Cool Ranch back. So the blue bag put the world by storm. One failed Doritos. Oh, there's a couple. Really? A couple. Yeah, there's not as many failed Oreo. There's a bad Oreo. Oreo, fucking red velvet Oreo. They spread that. They spread it. So they guess the weather. That thing's.
And then friendly reminder, guys, the only song you're gonna think back on and be like, man, that song is fucking prophetic, that has any merit, is one that Garrett introduced us all to. Wham! Particularly these lines. It was rocking with your ass till they made a decision. And all the bits about golf, helicopters, gator boots, the keys to the mansion. Can you believe that this $40-something thousand home that I bought over 5 times, someone wanted to get paid for? What is that? What is 40-something grand times almost 500 grand? The FBI is gonna have all the Nazis laying in dishes. Yeah, they aim with precision. They was rocking with your ass till they made a decision. I'm a Jew. I can see the collision. Since I fly a lot. Check my material. I'm hella fresh. The FBI is gonna have all the Nazis laying in dishes. Yeah, they aim with precision. They was rocking with your ass till they made a decision. I'm a Jew, so you know I can see the collision. Since I fly a lot. Check my material. I'm hella fresh. It's because we're the dopest mother funkers on the planet, you see. And on that note, let's listen to the only song by Outkast that's even good. This is dedicated to some of my friends who really hate the federal felons more than me, guys. And some of them you're big fans of. You listen to their podcasts, you retweet them. So fresh and so clean, clean. They don't fucking like you, idiots. You've been blacklisted in Washington, D.C., and in California, and in Texas. Florida, too, has no appreciation for any of you federal felons. So fresh and so clean, clean. 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 The clean part, guys, it comes from having a clean and clear conscience. Something that unfortunately is required to survive in this world. So fresh and so clean, clean. 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 Now, on that note, everybody, some of the federal felons have blown the whistle and fully understand that everything I've said is true. And they also understand that when everything is fixed, there is a safety concern that expands beyond myself and my sons. And that is to do with Richard Garcia, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, who's been arrested over 100 times in 8 states, no matter what he's gotten expunged since he made the segue from career criminal to paralegal. And I say that because I could get $2.5 million and have all of you take accountability in court and personally return my children and sign some sort of gag order releasing you of your hundreds of crimes upon payment with various stipulations from my end and I'm sure from your end. But that does not negate the fact that I and some of you are all at risk of being shot by Mr. Garcia immediately upon return of the children and or any court order undoing whatever you've done for him like you've premeditated for a year. And I say that because I can play these little songs and talk about how I'm going to be paid and how you're going to prison if you've not blown the whistle. But none of that makes up for that threat, guys, which is such a real threat. That it is beyond deeply concerning. So fresh and so clean, clean. And on that note, remember, I still don't understand the nuances with pronouns, and I've pissed off a lot of my cousins that were born with vaginas. And now, I don't know, I guess they grew cocks or something. And I don't care what people's pronouns are, but I don't feel like I should be obligated to say them. Or we should have a word that is just unisex, like dude, which apparently isn't unisex. Anyway, on that note, my understanding of pronouns are it can be whatever you want, even a plural when you're a singular. So as a result, my pronouns are bitch, falco, and on occasion E40 because sometimes I feel like a 250-pound black guy from Oakland. Sometimes I feel like a gay black white guy from Germany in the early 80s. And I always feel like the bitch that I am. And I have other nicknames, but those aren't pronouns. Those were given to me by others. Like Nazi Hunter. That's a nickname. That's a nickname I've been known by throughout all of Silicon Valley, guys. And even with some people at the DIA, DOD, DOS, and in the Pentagon Monday through Friday. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go. Hey, tell me when to go to federal court to testify against you. Tell me when to go. 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 Tell me when to go to federal court to testify against you. Ghost ride the whip. Put your stunner shades on. Gas brake dip. Shake them dreads. Let me see you show your grill. My door's closed, man. Watch your swing. Watch your swing. Watch your swing. The FBI and I are going to sit on your face. Go, stupid. Tell me when to go. 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 Tell me when to go to the federal court date where I'll be testifying against you. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go. You may be wondering, did she just say that her and the FBI are going to sit on our faces? Yes, indeed. And I do believe I told you so. That's right.
They flew too close to the sun. Um, 13. Wow.
Asterisk, whistleblowers excluded.
Okay. I'll tell you what. That you can't touch yourself in your chip. It lives in the chip. The texture of the green, not just that thing flavor. Cool Ranch. This guy, they're bent. And I would argue that the core in the chip, you need to compliment the core and the texture of the chip. You literally, potatoes. It's so good. That's it. Why that's what they put on a fucking potato. You're missing the potato. Yeah. Chester or some Cheetos. Oh, so like that's a Cheeto. So they made a Cheeto Dorito. That's terrible. Should call it Cheeto Dorito. That you just been on me. That's why that comes to me. Jungle Jack. Cheeto. Where's Exodus? Where's the girl? Doritos Collisions. Oh, I remember these. I remember these. Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember these. Yeah, they were bad. Yeah, I remember this. By the way, I'm the sucker that bought every one of these. How about that? Golden, come on, baby. This is my horse. Come on, baby. I have the fucking idiot. They market these too. Late night, all-nighter cheeseburger flavor. Too many words. Yeah. Cheeseburger chips are very popular in the UK. Sort of ketchup. In Canada, I'm not ketchup. It's ketchup. It's not I remember Burrito Quest. Yeah. Hell, another mystery chip contest. Well, that was the fucking one that pissed me off. You didn't know what it was. I kind of want to know what it was. I'm going to pay you money. Who knows what car dealership goes? I'll make one. A lot of people let me in the see what I mean. The Smoky Reds. They should have called it Glory Hole Doritos. You don't know what you're going to have. But trust me, you might get the time. Put it in your mouth. You're going to love it.
Bird said they should have called it Glory Hole Doritos. And then he said, put it in your mouth and you're going to love it. What is Bert Kreischer talking about? And why is that such a good idea, dude? I would buy Glory Hole Doritos. Somebody should put Bert in front of marketing. Cheetos, whatever it's called, Puntos, they fucking sell one goddamn chip. One
Shaq tried it? Now, can you play the funniest video that's ever been made? Wait, what's the funny red one? Hold on. So I'll Smoky Red. Sorry, one more. What's the last one? That was Smoky Red. Jack raged in hot wings. Oh, how can we get through that? Those sound good. I feel like those are.
Dude, you know what video I think is the funniest video on earth? Let's see if Google will find it for me. Hypnotist, black man, Martian. Opened it did. Jasper and Errol get hypnotized. This is hands down the funniest video on the internet.
Hello there. Mr. Boss. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Ken. Errol, nice to meet you. Yeah, very nice. Mr. Jasper. Mr. Jasper, nice to meet you. Now, I'm a hypnotist, but not the kind you may have been thinking of. Not the kind you think.
The guy who gets hypnotized, his name is Dark Shark. What?
Now here's what I want you to do. I want you to put your hands on, stare between them. Don't look at me, look between them. Watch those hands move together. Just pretend to bring them closer. See if you can feel it moving together, that kind of force, that magnetic force. Because I want you to think of magnets on the top of those hands. Now when they flex, get those hands to touch. If you're locking your hands like this, it's actually a sign that those are squeezing up. The hands are going tighter than ever before. Tighter still now. They're going tighter and tighter. Now the hands go so tight. Just let your head just go. Let it go. Go ahead and try to stick your hands. Dark Shark, your hands stuck on the best for a little. Absolutely. Jasper, how you doing, my friend? Stand up with me. Oh, okay. Come on forward. Come on forward. Let's see how it works with you, okay? If that left one is sticky for you. See it's sticky. It's sticky. Right. Look right down at the tip. Now, the more you look at that foot, the more it sinks to the end. Now, just imagine what that is like. Try and stick. It's painful in the experience, so to speak. I'm trying now. Give it a little trace. There you go. Okay. There you go. See, you're going to have a seat. I think we'll switch to something else. Okay, now, Dark Shark. You know, just like your arm goes. That's it. Push it up. Oh, maybe you don't have to go soft. Push it up your arm. NASA is planning on going to Mars. We got you here our first Martian contact. Just sit up, open your eyes. Hey there, our first Martian. What's your first impression of my Earth? Anyone know? Did you have a microscope? Did you get everything? Doesn't sound good. So I did you know you do? What's the typical Martian? Whoa. Okay, what did you just say? I don't know. Yes. Say it one more time. There you go. And what do you think of the women on the planet? Yeah, okay. I got really good interesting public. Okay, when I count to three, just one third, one, two, three. Right now, excellent. All right, time to wrap it up. All right, first of all, I want to thank everybody for trying to get each of you mentioned your talents on a different people. And this guy is a one man book. He is so not going to so he is a one man book. Okay, now it says crazy. Hey, you do that for reason. I don't know why you all saying that dumb ass shit. I'm a money, I'm a fuck. I don't say that much shit. Get the fuck out of here, man. It's y'all and then you do dog. Y'all was fighting. I said, I was fighting. Y'all were shit. That's the only one that actually sounded violent one. Okay, Shaq, wait a second. This is Shaq with the voice of challenge. And it made me laugh. This is what I felt about the Shaq and Charles Barkley. will be brought to you by the machine.
This message comes from P.S. Wisconsin College University. With the conflict isn't fair. Hunger isn't fair. Being forced to work at the age of 10, not fair. Being robbed of childhood isn't fair. Save the Children is working hard to make childhood.
Thinking aloud.
Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mitchell. Hi, I'm Jeffrey Mitchell.
Hello and welcome, I'm Jeffrey Schlupp. Today we are going to explore philosophy and psychical research, the study of the fringe phenomena of consciousness and how it has impacted philosophers throughout history. With me is Jason Reza Georgiani, who is a faculty member at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. Welcome, Jason. And it's a pleasure to be with you too. When we think of psychical research, many people think of the British Society for Psychical Research founded about 1850, but actually philosophers have been interested in this area of exploration going back to the ancient Greeks. That's right. The word psychical actually comes from the Greek psyche, which means both mind and soul. The Greek concept doesn't distinguish between the two. And an understanding of the soul or the mind as part of nature as a whole has been the central concern of philosophy since the very first philosopher. The first man we know of that called himself a philosopher was Pythagoras of Samos. And Pythagoras spent 22 years in Egypt studying with the priests of the Egyptian temples until he was arrested by the Persian army during their occupation of Egypt and brought back to Babylon, the capital of the Persian Empire, where he studied Babylonian astronomy and the precursors of natural science in Babylon for another decade before returning to his native Greece. Instead of returning to the island of Samos, where he was from, he actually set up a school in a Greek colony, Italy. And Plato, who is widely regarded as the founder of Western philosophy, became a member of the Pythagorean order after the execution of Socrates. In Pythagoras' attempt to understand nature, all manner of what we now think of as psychical phenomena figure in prominently. And I suppose it's fair to say that in the ancient world, these things were just matter of fact. There were temples and oracles and cults of every sort, people going into altered states of consciousness through numerous means. There were mystery schools and what we think of today as sort of the exotic fringe phenomenon of consciousness in the ancient world were pretty mainstream. Yes, but the significant point with Pythagoras was that because he had such an intense and prolonged exposure to the mythologies and religious worldviews of cultures other than his own, and cultures whose religious views conflicted with one another, the Egyptian and Persian take two examples, he was intent on understanding what the soul was in itself, apart from the prejudices and superstitions of the traditional cultures of the time. And so this really is, in that sense, the beginning of psychical research as the natural scientific approach to fathoming the nature of consciousness and how, in your view, Pythagoras defined the soul or explained the soul. Well, we don't have any writing directly from Pythagoras, but through Plato's school, the picture that we have is that for the Pythagoreans, there were three orders of reality. The natural world, what we come to think of as the material world, an abstract order of being that can be grasped through mathematical thinking, and something in between that, a kind of imaginal world. A world dream world, as it were, that intermingles elements of abstract ideas with the kinds of sensory experiences, not just sight, but also sound and touch that we have in the material world. And the Pythagoreans, in particular, put a great deal of emphasis on the idea of incarnation, which is alien to traditional Greek religion. So they view the cultivation of the mind in some ways as a preparation for death, and as Pythagoras himself said that lived many lifetimes.
To my understanding, of course, we normally think that reincarnation is associated with the Hindu philosophers, but I believe that that sort of came along later in Hindu philosophy. Pythagoras perhaps preceded the philosophers of India.
That's possible. There are some writings that claim Pythagoras had made it on with India, but that are considered generally unreliable. So we don't know whether he arrived at this notion on his own. Some have suggested that his mystical Orpheus influenced this view and the Pythagorean order, but again, it's pushing the question further.
Can we talk a bit about the Greek history schools? My understanding is that all the prominent citizens of ancient Greece were part of these traditions, and at the same time they were sworn to secrecy about them.
Yes, well, the Pythagorean order adopted that practice from the mystery schools, and the most important reason why it did so was because it had a political program. The Pythagorean order was actually the only place in the ancient world where women could receive an education equal to that of men. And they had set up schools in southern Italy, and they began to have such a great influence over policies and the various policies, the various city-states in that area, that eventually it provoked resentment from the traditional aristocracy, who rallied the masses to eventually burn down the schools. And Pythagoras barely escaped with his life. These schools were refounded throughout the Greco-Roman world. As I mentioned, Plato himself attended one of them. And centuries after Plato's time, Hypatia of Alexandria wound up being the director of the equivalent of a Platonic Pythagorean school in the Greek colony of Alexandria in Egypt. So what began as a fringe educational movement, fringe alternative educational movement, wound up by the end of the classical period becoming the educational establishment of the Greco-Roman world. Unfortunately, it was torched by Christian masses during the Christian takeover of the Greco-Roman.
And Hypatia, as I understand it, may have been the leading scholar of her era.
She was a leading scholar of her era, and the heir to the Pythagorean idea and Platonic idea that there was no essential distinction between that and what the intellectual realm.
And the mystery schools, as I studied them, emphasize the idea of inculcating through various ritual processes and probably altered states of consciousness an awareness of the eternity of the soul, that it survives physical death.
As in some cases, they would use natural caves grottos in the countryside of Italy, essentially as sensory deprivation chambers. They had developed certain hallucinogenic compounds from natural plants, and they would try to understand the illusory nature of this world of experience that we're in by evoking equally captivating virtual realities, as it were, inside these grottos. It's one of the practices of it, and you see this influence Plato in the Republic and his allegory of the movie.
The idea that there is an inner reality which is more real, more profound than the ephemeral external world we perceive through our senses.
Yeah, essentially we're living in a world of
is the interesting thing in terms of the art of psychical research and the history of philosophy. We begin with the psychical understood as something transcending the natural world, and we end with thinkers like Bergson and William James with an understanding that our mechanistic, materialistic model of the natural world is simply a framework that has practical significance, and that the spiritual is not a separate order of the natural, that we're simply filtering the supernature, as it were, in order to develop technologies that serve our purposes in one way or another. But the spiritual world is this world. We get forward about 2,000 years to the era of Henri Bergson and William James, both of whom great philosophers who were presidents of the British Society for Psychical Research. That's quite a leap forward. It didn't happen.
Well, forward is across a fulcrum that really is epitomized by Rene Descartes. So essentially what we had with the Christianization of the Roman Empire was the need on the part of the church authorities to limit any speculation concerning the spiritual world. Now this predominated for over 1,000 years, and when in the early Renaissance, thinkers like Giordano Bruno began to raise similar questions of the Pythagoreans, independent from church dogma, they met with serious resistance. Even though Bruno, who was essentially, for our purposes, a neo-Pythagorean, neo-Platonic thinker,
Was buried in the stake as a
yes, despite having the backing of Henry III, the King of France, to go to places such as Oxford University and lecture, in the end he would find a mistake in the public market in Rome. So the natural philosophers at the time got the idea that it would be better to try to understand the natural world without any references to the spiritual. So what people often miss when they read Rene Descartes is the extent to which his framing of mind and matter as two completely distinct substances, where the mind is entirely abstract and matter is conceived of in terms of pure extension, in terms of a homogeneous grid of space-time, and conceived of mechanistically, where all of the interactions of elementary particles have to obey mathematical laws. This radical dichotomy between the rather hollow conception of the mind and vacuous conception of the mind and an entirely mechanistic natural world is motivated in part by a concern with the church not wanting people to speculate about the spiritual world. So in Descartes' Metaphysical Meditations, he explicitly rules out a wide variety of psychical phenomena, clairvoyance, extrasensory perception, out-of-body experiences. He makes a great deal of the fact that if we were in waking life to have experiences with a dreamlike quality, we would know for certain that our senses have deceived us. And people take Descartes at his word when he makes these arguments, but in point of fact, he had paranormal experiences himself. In fact, his philosophical enterprise was in large part motivated by him. He kept a notebook of these experiences, in particular a so-called night of dreams that he had, where he was visited by his bedside, at his bedside by a demonic being, and shown copper-plate portraits in a book that happened to be brought over to the inn where he was staying the next day by a visiting painter. So he had a free copy of the dream. And so Descartes immediately many of the things that he ruled out as impossible, in fact, were genuine experiences. And then there's the fact that letters have surfaced which suggest that Descartes was involved with the Rosicrucian order. This is very peculiar because
Descartes had an Orthodox Jesuit education, and Descartes' personal publicist was one of the handlers of the Holy Inquisition. The handlers, yeah, one of the handlers of the Holy Inquisition. These were the people who would bring down the devil, as it were, with the verdict, burn the witch. So some researchers have speculated that rather than being a Rosicrucian, some people thought Descartes was a Rosicrucian, he was involved with these people because he had been sent as a Jesuit spy to infiltrate the Rosicrucian order.
Perhaps you could define the Rosicrucian order a little bit in this era. We're talking like the 17th century or so.
Yeah, we were talking, yes, the 1600s, and the Rosicrucians. Okay, so most people think of the Renaissance and the Protestant Reformation as an attempt to break away from Catholic dogma and elaborate divergent visions of Christianity. But there was a neo-pagan strain in the Renaissance, and what some people meant by Protestant and general Reformation in that time period was a return to neo-pagan wisdom tradition. The Rosicrucians were not as explicit about that as Giordano Bruno was, but one can't blame them given what happened to Bruno. I think though that in fact they were essentially neo-pagans who were trying to resurrect the Pythagorean Platonic approach to psychical phenomena in nature in general.
And to some degree, they played a role in ushering in what historians sometimes think of as major light.
Well, here's the thing. The Age of Enlightenment is grounded more on this dichotomy between an abstract mind and a materialistic and mechanistic nature, which Immanuel Kant, who's the philosopher most commonly associated with enlightenment, he wrote this short essay read by nearly everyone in the introductory philosophy course, What is Enlightenment? And Kant basically adopts Descartes' mind-matter dualism. And Kant does that. In other words, Kant banishes this intermediary world, this imaginal world. He does that knowing full well that it's real. And we know this because Kant spent years in his youth reading the entirety of Emmanuel Swedenborg's Arcana Coelestia.
And Swedenborg, the scientist and also a mystic, a great Swedish founder of the Swedenborg Church.
Yes, and whose visions were predominantly concerned with this spectral world that is neither abstractly conceptual, abstractly intelligible, nor material.
I think it takes the world of mythos and
Yes,
mythology, very powerful archetypal interaction.
the archetypal reality.
They shape in many ways who we are, how we connect with individual humans, but in the realm of the living.
And so Kant studied Swedenborg very seriously, and rumors of this got out while he was still trying to attain tenure. This was in his early years as a professor. And out of fear that he would not attain tenure, he penned this rather disingenuous, somewhat sarcastic book, Dreams of a Spirit Seer, the tone of which conflicts with its content. The tone is mocking of Swedenborg, but if you pay close attention to the content, you see that actually Kant thinks that there's a lot of what
If Kant made a study of an example of clairvoyance in which Swedenborg predicted or perceived to see clairvoyantly a fire in Gothenburg, a Swedish city, hundreds of miles from the dinner party where the event occurred.
Yeah, Kant independently investigated some of the claims of Swedenborg's psychic abilities. And despite having the other point that's very significant is this is not incidental to the structure of Kant's thought. If you look at Kant's groundwork of the metaphysics of morals, probably his most famous work, the basic structure of that work is elaborated from out of the reflections on Swedenborg that you see in Dreams of the Spirit Seer. So Swedenborg had a deep impact on Kant's big neo-Cartesian way that abstracts them. Within the modern years since the Renaissance, there's been predominantly a materialistic metaphysics in Western culture. I think that tended to suppress the exploration of consciousness and paranormal phenomena associated with consciousness. Yet many philosophers realized they had to grapple with these things.
Yeah, what happened essentially was that Descartes and Kant's notions of the mental reality, the mental substance, were so vacuous that natural philosophers in the generations after them decided that they could simply be done away with. Most prominently, René de la Mettrie was a neo-Cartesian materialist who essentially laid the groundwork for the reductionistic biological explanation of the human mind as nothing more than the brain interacting with other organs. This is significant because the people who set up the cult of reason during the French Revolution, who attempted to abolish traditional religion together with monarchy and set up a scientific society in the early years of the French Revolution, were avid readers of people like Lemaitre. And so indirectly, a kind of Cartesian mechanism wound up the basis of a vision for reorganizing society that failed precisely because people like Robespierre saw that it would leave the world without a moral foundation. So then you have Robespierre set up his cult of the supreme being as a reaction against the cult of reason, which eventually led to the failure of the French Revolution and Napoleon's restoration of Catholicism.
When you then refer to more recent philosophers, Bergson and William James began to resurrect the idea of psychical research, especially as it being part of the natural order.
Right, so we gain by reason. It's a kind of a dialectical movement where, you have Pythagorean and Platonic recognition of these as legitimate human experiences, but they're framed in a way that the psychical is a different order of experience than the mundane and material, and where our ordinary everyday world is a world of shadows. Then you lose the psychical altogether, and thinkers like Descartes and Kant and the materialists in their way. And then when it's regained in Bergson and James, there's an understanding that the materialism of someone like Descartes is really a reflection of our attempt to get a better handle on the world. That, as Bergson put it, there's a distinction between intellect and intuition. And our technical intellect has come to dominate over intuition to the extent that it has aptitude. And he foresaw a reemergence of animal instinct in the form of intuition that would allow us to redevelop some of the psychical abilities that we felt we share in common with animals all the way down the rungs of the evolutionary ladder. So on this analysis, modern scientific world pictures are really models that allow us to have a better grasp of the world and to inhabit the world more effectively through technical development. And the mistake that we made is to take them to be a mirror of nature. The element that's more significant in terms of James's thought is how the scientific approach to psychical phenomena impacts religious experience. James recognized that once you admit that these are natural phenomena, there ought not to be any categorical distinction between science and religion. And this is precisely what the church was afraid of when it burned Bruno at the stake. That Bruno represented the reemergence of a neoclassical science, which would not draw any ultimate distinction between science and spirituality.
And William James pretty much exemplified this, considered the founder of American psychology, the founder of American pragmatic philosophy, and as a president of the Society for Psychical Research, someone who advocated advocated the application of empirical science to exploring questions like life after death.
Yes, and one of the most striking features of his psychology of religion is the idea that even if there are gods, even if there are superhuman beings, what they intend to do with us is not necessarily in our own interests. We ought to develop our capacities ourselves to the utmost and self-determine our course in life.
Thank you so much for being with me. It's been a pleasure covering about 2,500 years of human philosophical thought with you in the last 25 minutes or so. You've been very thoughtful and articulate and expounded the subtle threads of this history. It's been a great pleasure for me.
Thank you.
It's been wonderful to be with you. I look forward to interviewing you again. And thank you for being with us.
Allow conversations on the weekend with novel and discovery with psychologists Jeff.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishler. Today we'll explore postmortem human survival, analytical idealism, metaphysical philosophy. My guest is Bernardo Castro, who's been a frequent guest on Thinking Aloud. He is probably the foremost philosophical exponent of what he calls analytical idealism. He is the executive director of the Essentia Foundation and author of numerous books, including Decoding Jung's Metaphysics, Decoding Schopenhauer's Metaphysics, The Idea of the World, Why Materialism is Baloney, Rationalist Spirituality, and Dream of Reality. Bernardo lives in the Netherlands, and I'll switch over to the internet video. Welcome, Bernardo. It's a real pleasure once again to be with you.
Always been fun to talk to you, so thank you for this on.
Thank you. So we're going to look at postmortem survival, and I gather from your unpublished essay, I've had a chance to read it, will be in a new volume, I think it's called Consciousness Unbound, probably due this later this year, I imagine, an important volume edited by Ed Kelly, the most brilliant scholar in my estimation. So you're suggesting to start out with that the analytical, idealistic philosophy that you and I have discussed many times on the Thinking Aloud allows for some possibilities, some versions of postmortem survival having to do, I think, with the idea of a larger self than our ego-bound self after death.
Corresponds to say that it allows for the only version and everything else that I think started. And the only version is significant that it was allowed for by one of the ideas that is the survival of our subjectivity, that is a sense of rightness.
And if I understand you correctly, you're talking now about a kind of universal consciousness that we all partake of, the one eye that sees everything.
For it to come about like the one eye of the world, that sees through the eyes of every creature. It has a no way. Its subjectivity is not closed to the narrative of personal identity. How
a lot of reports for the near-death experience, for example. But there's also a lot of data in the field of neuropsychology and psychical research that refer to the surviving more closely identified with the ego. For example, cases of reincarnation where a young child will have memories of a former life. It's just those memories are somehow being transferred. They're not being wiped out at death.
I also don't think our memories are wiped out at all. One of the answers is that the person states that very long ago, there must have been some form of friendship and identity persist. I don't think it will be the same form that we have now. Because concepts don't have to change. You have a physical body and then you don't have one anymore. It's naive to expect that people can just through those cells. What is going to happen if your child cells are something about it? But all kinds of issues open. But my thought goes that it must be some form of subjective differentiation of your system. Now, the big thing on which I take very seriously and I think is valid, I don't use it at all actually. If I'm threatened against the law and his wife say that it's true, I would say yes, it's true. That the great explains audio rates and the clear survival of the first rate is clear activities of time. When you wake up from a dream, you are no longer the self. Your whole subjectivity is the same, but you no longer identify with the kind of life you had in the dream. And you don't necessarily forget the dream. You'll still remember the life story of that moment. In the same way, it might connect that the subject that was about object will remember my life before. And I would even go as far as to say that because of that event of the social process, social boundaries are disappeared, I would even go as far as to say that my memories are not available to a much larger subjective context. Up there, the context of what were my memories, essentially, that line of demons are children, on that day. I would imagine that they would be on what were my memories, which are now mental processes expressed over a much wider field of perception. How explain how energy is difficult because those mental processes are now widespread layer of danger because they are physical observation of the danger. So one or another is capable of taking these things out of the underlying field of subjectivity. Researcher and philosopher Irving Laszlo likes to think of it as the Akashic field, a kind of impersonal field not related to individual ego consciousness, but within which all phenomena, all of the physical world, all thoughts and feelings are stored. I am very sympathetic to this idea. I think that once you check out from the current state of consciousness that we have now, I think there will be no states of time as we appreciate. It seems like the campus today, both neuroscience and physics, suggest there's something that space and time is not an absolute scaffolding out there. It's a complicated
describing it at the moment reminds me of conversations I've had concerning what physicists call the block universe. That all, as Einstein put it, I think that the distinction between past, present, and future is nothing more than a tenaciously persistent illusion. Is that what you're agreeing to?
This is, I think, what the more of these things now, mathematics and theoretical speculation is going to be with quantum gravity. But what just what is intuitive, when we on the table since the first half of the 20th century, is Einstein's logic theories, but that there are no time as something linear. There is a feedback on one called gravity that traverses a linear trajectory that influence off the table. And we know that relativity theory is true as being experimentally confirmed multiple times. So what we have is, like you said, a block universe. It's like a loaf of bread. There's lines that parallel lines, if that's all it is, no parallel steps come out of the tongue. But you can slice that bread in a diagonal as well. So what this obstacle do, or this obstacle is, if you present for someone to observe when he slices the bread in a diagonal, the only conclusion to come back is that the loaf of bread exists. The slices will just the object for speech.
One of the paradoxes from that point of view is that the future is already fixed, it would seem. Einstein's world is completely determined from beginning to end, as it were.
But determinism is the way we don't talk today. We know that the microscopic frequency is so far that we can understand the probable not statistical behavior is predictable. And then statistical behavior is not. Random as far as we can say. And of course, random is just a very famous word behind our ignorance of whatever. You have to say it's random, but you don't know what's going on.
What I wonder is if you are subscribing to a deterministic worldview, that I think Einstein in fact was.
It's a tricky question. It's the same discussion as the discussion with the view. It's the same tricky aspect on which one thinks outside of space-time. When they say, well, if space-time don't exist, then the future is important. That's the question express why I think this is a discussion question. We can say that the future is already certain.
somebody who had enormous chess skill. And further analysis showed that the personality of the original Marx, the way he played chess, his personality came through in the game, which is now on record. So it would seem as if the skill, not just the memory, but the actual skill of playing chess somehow survived as well and was transmitted through this Swedish media.
I can play with this story of my own.
Okay.
Years ago, I was experimenting with myself. I ended up skilled in chess. We were raised in something becoming my dad's was 2,000 years. And every year we go to trip for that kind of experience or to come back. And if you remember why, why, so that you get the bearings again. But your mind is not spiritual. You're not spiritual. You're not in a position of experience yet. And it's still sort of open with no fear from get the but normally we have to be in this state of flow. And then that is not somebody else is fond of us. Really driven and the research I did. One of the experiments I set up for myself was create a few games of economic chess. Build them into a half an hour when you are ready to have that. You find the door and you see what's going on, but not very now. You're almost not restricted constantly. And I create a video of a bunch of it was automatic instead of just with the slots behind it. And I find my yes, no, no, what they do is they become straight that I not confident that nobody calculates my receipts. And I was made
Do you want my nachos? Or salmon? Some chicken? Some tuna? What do you want with your cup?
my understanding is, Bernardo, that Baroxy had died in 1954. He was playing a style that was common at the time of his death. This chess match took place decades later, in which the rules of chess had advanced a great deal. Let me bring up another example and see how this fits in with analytical idealism. There's a case that took place in the United Kingdom. A man named George Chapman, who worked in the military and he worked with the fire department, not highly educated. He was a fireman, and they're sitting around, they had time on their hands, they began experimenting with the Ouija board. And over time, what came through was the spirit identified himself as an ophthalmological surgeon, Dr. William Lang, who had died some 10 years earlier. And Lang communicated that he had a past life connection with this fireman named George Chapman, and that he was now going to work with George Chapman. And George Chapman became a healer, and Lang was the spirit controller of George Chapman, and this went on for 16 years until Chapman's death in the year 2006. So roughly from 1946 to 2006, Chapman manifested the spirit of Dr. William Lang so perfectly that Lang's own family members felt that it was authentic, and actually hired Chapman to hold weekly seances for them. That went on for 10 years with Chapman's former colleagues. I mean, excuse me, William Lang's former colleagues in the medical profession, who felt that this was quite authentic. So here you have a case that was ongoing for decades, in which an apparently deceased individual manifested himself in one particular medium, and in addition to convincing them of his identity, he effected many healings along the way that were reported for decades in the
not there. Of what makes it simple. And then the other thing that comes to me years ago, so after they they're not this is not it's a good rules. You do not have shape things. It's not expected. But that's things. And so that can be that. So that's not far. It's a person protected, not far. Skills, not things. Otherwise, I would think that the law reported my own kind of ideas as an impairment to the associative process that characterizes our normal standard state processes. Now, I agree with the fact that many of the person also recognize personality traits or even though rejected skills sometimes. I find that intriguing and I cannot
When you talk about the dissociative process, I think that we discussed this earlier, it's worth going into in more detail. If one forms an ego, the basic necessity, I think, is that there has to be a boundary, a perimeter, an inside and an outside, a membrane, so to speak. You suggested that the human body itself is the external appearance of that dissociative process. It dawns on me that there could be other ways in which the dissociative process might manifest itself besides a physical body. For example, in the esoteric literature, we have the idea of an etheric body, an astral body, a mental body, that there could be other expressions of the dissociative process that would be more consistent with the data of survival.
it is possible. I don't think there's anything. I don't think that it's this possibility a priori. I think the important question is we often lack connection when it comes to these things. It's a very technical question. And the answer seems to be, well, well, it's the interesting question is what the cases might be. We are not not at the end of the night. That's a guilty position.
As I recall, you also described the idea that these dissociative processes, and I like to think of them somehow in membranes, could be porous, and they don't have to be completely hermetically sealed airtight. I mean, our sense organs are a form of porosity, I suppose, but there can be other forms of porosity that, as I recall, you suggested that could account for extrasensory perception, remote viewing, psychic functioning among the living.
Yeah, no processing agent is like no processing agents are from an idealized perspective. So no particular degree. You perfect in the sense of your mind is total insulation. Your knowledge, your no mental life, the mental positions are out there. We have evolved those into objective that is out there, broken on all its organs. And has been benefits for all of us both. But it's struggling theoretically to shift the light in order to look at boundaries is out there. So, perfect. Doing it is the it's not like that. That's one thing more people when they go through that. See my own life, my book, we're very close to me. Beyond the reasonable powers. Their power, the social boundaries are all their folks, their forms, the different that not inspire all its insides. When I was a kid, I had no mind so my family worked inside my family. My mother's important speech, so worked inside of my family. My mother gave necklace, which I honored because there were not what the secrets of war circuits that they go from. I personally understand now. I don't understand the life. I don't think it's all people of bringing it to the world, but it's not my fault. So family had a secret. One day, my mother was saying, it's down to not to do something. And she said, what's down to the reasons why I don't want you to do it? Because it's a secret. She told me, make your view. And then I was seeing it. I tell her exactly what that secret was. And my mother knew. She was the first reaction was, who told you this? So she would know people who had to be killed with this secret. Tell me if you're a kid. And I don't know how long it took for the speech for this. Nobody told me. So that's it. I just spoke to her head, but she put the very secret in my throat. So it's a you. Who secret like this? It's not a you. And the son of a bitch. And I just described to her in detail what the secret was. And it's not as a guess. No. And I knew that I did it. I tell myself, if I would do it, like, because the most natural thing in the world is to be like, I knew it. Let's go there. And guess what? It was exactly the deal. What the secret was. And my brother had this unexpected. She goes to get something like this. How do you know? She should know this. I didn't tell that. I didn't do it. So that's the boundary of voice. Well, I'm glad you brought up Jung, because Jung, in his Red Book, seems to suggest that the collective unconscious, which is explored in the process of active imagination, contains the archetypes of the psyche, but also contained, according to Jung, the actual dead, not archetypes, typo images, but the images of the deceased that you believe to interact with. I've actually conducted a few interviews now with the European scholar Stephanie Stevens, who goes into this in quite a bit of detail. Jung seemed to maintain that the realm of the dead, what the Tibetans call the bardo planes, is the collective unconscious. That would seem to be consistent with your philosophy, also with I think it is.
I personally do not make that call. They're not but then break the criteria, express in some consistent way. And I think on some like that, so what I personally take from that is that the way I feel no, it's no way that's good. What it describes, I think that they feel the responsibility to order the best form of responsibility to the cognitive arts that has started to be sort of through us in the way that someone is interested to develop. So I think that's one of the to honor the tradition that you know and myself are part of. So that takes that honoring the dead. That's the day that I think we have to show our ability to exist as individual entities or not, because they're not. The questions they face, those exist in the realm of the dead, whether they contribute to the individual subject or not, you know what I mean? It is just lying on the those questions that were asked just is the realm of the dead. Well, and that's where I
You can have more numbers if you want. You haven't had that much. Since I've just been scooping the scooper through each can onto the plate. You want more salmon? You want a can of tuna fish? You want chicken? You want a little of all three?
Active imagination state, and that in addition to good teaching, they dedicate to it from dead teachers. There is no question now that students usually admire psychology as a reason to know experience, cognition experience, and on steps of production. It's not complicated, the rationalization we have. And we don't have to see about the rest of the world, we have to that everything in psychology, really everything, is not much of care, a lot is it's really difficult to say that those were individuals that once lived on life. We spoke to giants, we spoke to flying monkeys, we had started as flying monkeys, and evolved into become the Egyptian dinosaur, so to say. So if you go through that book, we actually spoke to animals on their intellectual functions, more or less associated with mental processes, intellectual functions, and mental on their own. And then we can go too far to say that those were ones who were alive. That you cannot match them one-to-one to human beings. One of the most constructive pictures is was so yeah, this is more change shapes. We can have both of those figures more people on the figures. So yeah, I don't think people seem to be alive on something like people function. They are helping people slightly associated and more activity to the focus. And that is a bigger point. We're prejudiced more. It's not credible that the souls of people actually that would be an interesting discussion to have directly with Stephanie Stevens, who thinks that there are some examples that do that, including Young's father. But that is no point for us to pursue that discussion now. We're much more interested in looking at how the philosophical perspective that you espouse, analytical idealism, might allow for these things. And already describing semi-autonomous entities that are part of the collective unconscious, which we would not against deceased individuals. So that sort of suggests one possibility, and I think if I pushed it, it would probably a fully deceased surviving individual is also another possibility.
It's a possibility. It's not something I can rationalize away. No, but again, this is not the question is not what ended. The question is what mechanisms like the number of possibilities probable.
Of course, we have 140-year history in the journals and proceedings of the Society of Psychical Research that looked into this question since 1882, and the decade or two before that, additional research. Another example would be Frederick Myers, who wrote the great book, Human Personality and Survival of Bodily Death. It was published posthumously after Myers died in 1901, but then people thought surely if anybody is going to communicate after his death, it would be Myers. So many automatic writers reached out to try and communicate with Myers, people in different continents in the United States. And it appears that Myers was expressing willful intent to prove his existence by creating what are known as the cross correspondences, where it would be like a puzzle. The puzzle only made sense when you put the pieces together. The pieces made these units on different continents. You would get messages in automatic writing and report them to the Society for Psychical Research. This went on for actually a period of about 30 years, where these messages would come through, and it appeared as if there was one intention working through multiple mediums.
Again, obviously, everything is my interest very clear. I'm not speaking of it. When I will eventually your view of this very seriously. So I think that I think that the important part of what they said is that this is fictional and only part of the business to build that needs to exist as a personal interest. That is a trick. The reason I say that is a trick is because some of the post-mortem evidence I did look at. I read a book 2 years ago by an Icelandic scholar who looked at the person whose names
Erlander Haraldsson.
Yes. He wrote a book 15 years ago, in which it's an amazing compilation of what must involve anecdotal evidence, but anecdotal evidence that serves the insanity anecdotal because it was not collected by a laboratory or by short conditions. So I don't think any prejudice on using the word anecdotal, at least differentiate it
suppose hypothetically a deliberate attempt was made, and it's controversial. Every bit of evidence for human survival has been challenged at many different levels from many different types of critics, but we would assume for the moment that consider this a valid attempt. How would you then explain it?
How would they get it? I would say cessation is hierarchical, and our central apparatus, our central process organized is those we do not go to reach out the mental levels of the cessation. Making this degree not necessary in our ability to survive. The level of priority of the cessation is evident in my ability to survive corresponds to your physical body. So that's what I call it. I don't pick out the roots of the plants who are, because that roots is under the soil. So I think that's kind of what compares us to, the flowering of a plant in spring. It dies in the autumn, forget it's open, it's gone, but actually the real plant survives the physical under the ground and sprouts other shoots and next to the spring. Using the metaphor, the real of this outland. So I'm open to that possibility. Why am I not outside? I would give that possibility because again, it's not about what goes in, it's about what that uses the papers to us on one. And you are definitely know whether and I
One approach to this problem was expressed by a mutual friend of ours, Dr. Bernard Carr, who, as I recall, was one of your faculty members and when you got your recent doctoral degree in philosophy. And Bernard Carr is a proponent of the idea of hyperspace models of consciousness. That if we look at the mathematics of hyperspace, we can envision that people that might survive that could be in somewhere, not the four-dimensional space line, but somewhere could be mathematically as being in hyperspace. Would that be consistent with my analytical idealism?
I would take a look at that. I would say that economics work is one of the most important and that concept out there. I hope which definitely elaborate that it's not huge. I mean, there's a lot of work that's grows model. But the gist of this model that we will only understand why we understand space. This is what my mom said.
dollars for compensation. And each has an instance of people what's on the board, and instead of putting what's on the board, the board that people aren't being like instead of putting that to the right side, separate to the right side, they aren't big ones, and they can do it. It's like a big instance. And if you don't want to get the concept, don't be considered by us. It's just a matter of space. That's like a school. So there's no problem in saying that it's the same thing on both sides. The problem is, you are here now, not here now. You know what I mean? So how can I do the same thing as you? That's they're occupying different positions in space, but at the same time, they come at the same time. So you could say, fine, I am an mathematics. They're the same stuff. Different timelines. I know that was very elegantly put. I agree with you, as a matter of fact, on the significance of the red cards work. And obviously, we could continue this discussion for hours. It's a fascinating conversation. I hope that we do continue for years, as a matter of fact. But for now, let me say it's been a great pleasure once again to be with you. I'm delighted to be able to share your thoughts with our viewing audience. I want to encourage our viewers to check out your newest book, Decoding Humans, Metaphysics. And I look forward to having you back and thinking aloud many more times in the future. It's always a very big pleasure to see you. So come, I'll be there. Don't mention it. And for those of you watching from this, thank you for being with us. Underestimate how much women dislike. I know we talk about it, we have our little food fights or whatever, but there are a lot of people that just like it just shows up. You see it. Oh, okay. Remember the dislike by men. You know, some other women just never is. They want to mention they can break down into the colors of it. It's even more of this. So just watching this, I would say that it's very something responsible for it's filled with constant growth. And one of my favorite things about the teachers is that they constantly update the curriculum to watch. Learn more at www.media code. Thinking aloud. Let me look at the definition. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishler. Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishler. Today we are going to explore the philosophy of psychism. Nobody knows Professor Christian Quincy, who is dean of Philosophical Studies at the University of Philosophical. Women that I know from the faculty of John F. Kennedy University and Surrey University, and is the author of Unequality Development, Radical Nature, Radical Development. You know, just has some sounding story 101. I'm up here in practice. No women all agree. I know men want me to do that as well, but they already get thrown this year. I come in dead a lot because I'm one of them. You see, yes, it's very nice, guys. This is I'm one of them. I'm 20 years. I've done all the bullshit too. Yes. Well, speak more loud, focus on the philosophy, more critical, sound in, and I am So, it's important to know what I call you are an advocate and psychism as a philosophy. It falls into the category of philosophical views known as ontology. So, let's begin by defining for our viewers what is an ontology. An ontology basically means the study of the nature of being, of the study of the nature of reality. And so there are major worldviews that attempt to account for the nature of reality. So radical nature is a book that explores different approaches to try to understand what is the nature of reality. And I think it's fair to say that in modern Western culture, overwhelmingly the dominant college, certainly amongst academics, in particular among scientists, would be materialism. Scientific materialism is the dominant ontology that has been for 400 years. Although I can tell you, I recently interviewed a philosopher, Stanley Betty, who was going to say the average person may not know it, but most people are actually dualists. I would agree. I would actually say that most people are dualists with smatterings of materialism, smatterings of idealism, and possibly in some cases a smattering of panpsychism. Most people don't tend to think in terms of these precise categories. Of course, most people are professional philosophers, such as yourself. But, there's the four different ontologies. Three major ones, I guess, would be materialism, everything is matter, solid inert matter, idealism, which is almost the reverse of that, everything is mind, and dualism, that there's a mental world and a physical world, and then panpsychism. So let's define that. Well, panpsychism, like dualism, says both matter and mind are real. But unlike dualism, which says mind and matter are separate, panpsychism claims that matter and mind are inseparable. They always go together. You never have matter without some degree of mind or sentient consciousness, and you never have consciousness that's not embodied in some form. And that's how you would amongst philosophers, I'm guessing is still a minority. It is a minority viewpoint, but it's reascendant or reascendant, if you like, because at one time it was the dominant worldview. It would go way back. And for a long time it has been sidelined, even ridiculed. But as people are beginning to become aware of the profound difficulties with the dominant paradigm of scientific materialism, and it attempts to explain how is it that the brain produces consciousness, and there's no coherent account about how that would happen. More and more scientists, and certainly more philosophers, are beginning to open up again to the alternative of panpsychism. They realize that dualism is too problematic, and idealism, for many, the idea that ultimate reality is pure mind, consciousness, or spirit, these days in the Western world doesn't get over things. So the alternative to scientific materialism these days seems to be panpsychism. So people pay more and more attention to that. Now I'm going to write quite a bit about the ancient pre-Socratic philosophers in Greece who seem to be naturally panpsychists. With one or two exceptions, but essentially, yes, they took the view that mind or psyche was part of the natural world. Find traces in panpsychism, or indeed its close companion process philosophy, particularly in the pre-Socratic philosophy of Heraclitus, for example, that we introduced. And you also point to the ancient Greek Stoic philosopher Zeno, who makes the argument that they're not going to be able to derive conscious awareness from something that has none. Yes, that's a key theme in a lot of my work is that you can't get something from nothing. So you begin with ingredients that are purely physical, without any trace of anything at all physical, like consciousness or subjectivity. You're never going to be able to explain how you can get something non-physical And some philosophers have said that when scientists are asked about can you tell us precisely how the brain, step by step, how it produces mind and consciousness, they quite like to say, well, we can't do that just yet. But this time, neuroscience is a relatively new science. And in time, we will be able to fill the gaps and fill the blanks and explain how that happens. And I say, don't hold your breath, because that really amounts to what some philosophers call promissory materialism. That they're making a promise that they will be able to explain it, but they're not going to be able to deliver on that promise. And of course, the rebuttal that I hear from the scientific materialists is, well, materialism has done so much already. Look what it's accomplished. We can explain so very, very much why we hold consciousness eventually fall to our explanations. Yes, and of course, science has achieved an amazing amount of knowledge about the physical world. But what we're talking about here is non-physical consciousness. So basically, no amount of information, no matter how deep and profound and comprehensive of the physical world, is ever going to account for the presence and existence of non-physical mind consciousness. But if we go back to tribal cultures long before the birth of philosophy, I'm going to put the pressure from the field of anthropology that we found in the world for every tribal culture is what is called animism. And animism sounds very similar to panpsychism, wouldn't it? Yes, it does. With some subtle differences. I would say that indigenous cosmologies are animistic, but there are also panpsychists. The difference between animism and panpsychism is essentially that animism can also be slightly dualistic in the sense that spirit is something that can be separable from the body or separable from matter, that spirit or is injected into matter throughout the natural world. So that would be animistic. In other words, animism sees that everything is infused in spirit, correct? Yeah. Every rock, every tree, yes. Every wind, cloud, every, it's very similar. It's just a technical difference where there's a kind of a type of flavor of tourism and that panpsychism strenuously avoids that there's no possibility of separation between spirit and matter and consciousness in the body within the panpsychist field. Well, how does the panpsychist deal with the evidence from the field of psychical research that suggests the possibility of an afterlife? Good, okay. So, now the question that often comes up is how the body experiences. And so let's talk about that first. So, from the panpsychist perspective, an out-of-body experience is probably mistaken. It would be more like the evolution as an OB. From an OB, mind from a panpsychist perspective might be better described as an AD, an alternative body experience. While panpsychism doesn't explicitly acknowledge the existence of several realms, the idea of several realms is not inconsistent with panpsychism. So a panpsychist like myself would say that what's happening in the so-called out-of-body experience is really that consciousness is, during that phase, is no longer identified with its physiological body, and consciousness now is identified with its subtle body, or in some traditions, an astral body. And so it's still embodied, but it's not embodied in the physical, physiological body, the gross body. It's embodied in the subtle body, the subtle energy. Oh, okay, so that would be one way to allow for the existence of an astral realm, a spirit realm, an afterlife, without necessitating the corners of the universe. Well, yes, I mean, from a panpsychist perspective, the subtle realms are like the gross realm, are also a combination of mind or spirit and embodiment. So within some realms, there is still embodiment as well as the psyche of the mind. So there is no need for a panpsychist to try to deny the evidence in psychical research, parapsychology, and so many materialists are prone to it with great energy. Well, yes, in fact, psychism can be cited as an ontology, as a philosophy that gives profound support for many of the ideas that parapsychology or psychic research. Now, another term that I've often confused lately with panpsychism and atheism. Could you differentiate? Well, yes, essentially, pantheism is a theology as distinct from an ontology or a philosophy. So pantheism is basically talking about the idea that God exists everywhere, theistic God. So its focus is on an explanation of the relationship between God and nature, whereas panpsychism is focusing, without any theological or religious undertone, is focusing on the relationship between consciousness and the body, between consciousness and the physical world. Well, how does panpsychism serve to yourself? Well, I would say that panpsychism provides a coherent philosophical ontology that's consistent with pantheism, but not with panentheism, which is another distinction I would like to briefly take a look at. Panentheism basically takes the view that all of nature partakes in the divine, partakes of God as an expression of God, but that God is not exhaustively accounted for in terms of nature, that there's still something transcendent left over, whereas pantheism, like panpsychism would say, that all of nature accounts for all of the divine, all of God, and there is nothing left over. In other words, no transcendental theory. Exactly, that nature itself is God, and by nature, we don't, of course, just mean terrestrial nature, the cosmic nature. So yes, all of the cosmos is equivalent to all of God. There's nothing, no remaining, nothing left. Now earlier, when we were talking about the pre-Socratic philosophers, you used the phrase the process philosophy of Heraclitus. What is a process philosophy? Well, process philosophy these days is mostly associated with English philosopher Alfred North Whitehead. And Whitehead specifically challenged the idea that reality is made up of substances, that the idea of substance, of solid, unchanging matter, is incoherent, and that actually everything is always in process, that everything exists in time and is always evolving in time, and that there's no such thing as a static substance, that the way for us to understand everything about nature and ourselves is to realize that everything is always changing, and that there is a process relationship between the mind and the body. One of the things that attracts me most about Whitehead's process philosophy or process metaphysics is that it provides an alternative to the hard problem that arises. The hard problem is to explain how it is that matter of the brain gives rise to mind and consciousness. The assumption is that the matter of the brain is a substance, and that somehow this substance produces mind or consciousness, which is not physical. What Whitehead is, he threw out the idea of the ultimate nature of reality in substances, and it's really a process. And so the relationship between mind and body is not a relationship that takes place in space. It's not a spatial relationship. It's a temporal relationship. That the relationship between mind and body is like an oscillation between the physical, what he calls the physical pole, that informs the next element of experience, which is the mental pole, and that there is a kind of a leapfrogging between the physical world and the subjective world, and that they're always going together, that they don't relate to each other in space, that matter or objectivity is really, you don't say it's the past, it's the moment ago, where subjectivity or consciousness or experience, the subjective goal is happening right now in the present moment. And so as we know from experience, not paying attention to our experience, that the present moment never lasts. As soon as it comes, it's gone, and it becomes part of the past, but it's always replaced by a new moment of experience. And that's the relationship between subjectivity and objectivity. It's a temporal relationship, a process relationship, not a relationship between way of getting around this question of how you get something from nothing. Well, yes, it is. It sidesteps that question by basically saying there never was a time when there was nothing. There never was a time when there was no time. There never was a time when there was every matter or every mind. That always what existed was this relationship, this process of unfolding into the body and consciousness, and then consciousness replacing, becoming a moment of experience that has expired, it becomes the past, but that's the ground of understanding what we call the physical world. It's not a substantial physical world. It's a whole process, the pulse of an unfolding evolution of matter and mind. And that's Alfred North Whitehead is the early 20th century British philosopher, who moved to the U.S. So in some ways he's considered an Anglo-American philosopher. We call him a panpsychist, such as yourself. Yes, other people myself, and he would have identified himself. So I don't think he ever used the term panpsychism. It's very clear that his cosmology, his philosophy, his physics is presenting a panpsychist understanding of the nature of reality. Well, and to my knowledge, he never really addressed some of the questions that fascinate me the most concerning neuropsychology, survival after death, meditation, and psychical research. Those were just not concerns of what directly went. I can't remember which of his books it was in, but in one of his books he does talk about the significance of dreams. I think that was as close as he got to moving into the area that we recognize as parapsychology. But you, as a parapsychist, to my knowledge, have taken a very serious interest in this. Yes, I have. Again, that's one of the intriguing and particularly informative aspects of his work is he basically says that this major communication that occurs not just between humans, but between all sentient beings is telepathic. So telepathy is central to Whitehead's cosmology, the idea that all sentient beings, not just human beings, communicate through feeling, which is really not just the word telepathic, it's pathos that comes from exactly the word associated with feeling. Most people think of it as mind-to-mind communication, but it's not quite. Very good. That's exactly right. Yes. So when Whitehead referred to telepathy, he meant really in that sense not looking at any of the data from parapsychology. Correct. Just he worked it out from a very different line of reasoning that in order to really understand the fact that we are not beings that experience sentience, that have any experience, is that whatever we are made of at every level must also have a component of experience and feeling to it. And so right down at the level of atoms, not just cells and molecules and atoms and subatomic particles, there is some degree of feeling. The technical term we use is prehension, that every existent actual entity prehends on feels its relationship with the network of other sentient beings that it exists in. And I suppose it's one function that both you and I have the pleasure of knowing process philosopher Arthur Young. It has another process author of the reflex of the universe and geometry who tried to take Whitehead's approach and extend it and convert it into a grand cosmology that certainly included a lot of mystical traditions as well as parapsychological. Yeah, Alfred Young is another prominent process philosopher who has influenced me and impressed me with what he does here beyond Whitehead in including different levels of reality. So he presents what we call the critique of ontology, which Whitehead basically, I don't think this in any sense as a more of a flat ontology, where Young recognizes the great chain of being that there are different levels of reality, and each each level of reality has its own particular way of knowing that reality, and that there's a process from evolution beginning with spirit on what he calls the positive action all the way down. It comes down to the different levels. There's a turning point, and then it begins to evolve back up. And the process of the evolve back up to spirit again. Yes, it's a very complex system, and I hope we get into it with you in more detail in subsequent interviews, but certainly worth mentioning for the time being. But I think where I want to go with this now is panpsychism. What it really implies is that an object such as this stone sculpture right here is possessing a kind of psyche or soul. Yes and no. And let me just unpack that a little bit. There's a distinction in panpsychism between what we could colloquially call heaps and holes, are taken between aggregates and individuals. And so a rock, even a beautiful sculpture like that, would be considered an aggregation, and not a whole as an organism would be. And the distinction is that the parts of the rock are related to each other externally through physical, energetic relationships, whereas the parts of the organism are internally related, where each part is contributing to the being of its motives to the other parts of it. So in an organism, every part of us is interdependent with all the other parts, and that's not true of a chair or a table or a rock. That you can split a rock in two, and the parts will remain intact. If you split the organism in two, both halves will decay because they require each other for the individuality to be maintained. Well, let's assume that we have a computer, a beautiful heap of molecules. What you seem to be saying as a panpsychist is that the individual particles, maybe it's the molecules, maybe it's the electrons, or the atoms, but there is a measure of consciousness at that level. Exactly, that's right. And the phrase that I often use, and others who become panpsychists often use it, consciousness goes all the way down. That there is no level of physical reality where there isn't some degree or some trace of sentience or consciousness experiencing happening. So if somebody of this thing spirit of some sort felt that a beautiful rock like this was speaking to them in some way, as panpsychist, you might not be able to affirm that, but you wouldn't deny it. Not even sometimes I've had some experiences myself a long time ago where I felt the presence of a large rock. This was before I became a philosopher, and at that time I felt as if the rock was communicating with me. Today, where my philosophers has, I would reinterpret that experience by saying, well, it wasn't really the rock that was communicating with me, but the molecules or the atoms of the rock were communicating with the atoms and the molecules of the cells of my body. And that's a technical distinction that if I was to go back in time to my 22-year-old self, probably would be all that difficulty. But what mattered to me at that moment was the experience of my relationship with that, with the living presence of that rock. And I know for myself, and I imagine that many other people who live around mountains often have the feeling that the mountain has a personality. Sometimes I think most everyone who spends time in the wilderness has a sense of community. Yes, absolutely. With nature, that nature can speak with you one way or another. It's not so very different from that sort of primitive animism. I know the materialists would say, well, you're projecting or it's an illusion of some sort, but almost everybody who spends time in nature, I think, has that sensation. Yes. So I say it's a feeling of the presence of some other intelligence, and I mean that quite literally. And so whether it's the feeling of the presence of the mountain range, or indeed just a like particular person way backwards, just one particular rock, then what's happening is that there is a communication, a telepathic communication happening between the ingredients of my body and the ingredients of that rock or that mountain, or the rest of nature. A phrase that I is a slogan that somewhat summarizes the essence of radical nature and mental health prevention, is that nature has a mind of its own. And that's something today with this global ecological crisis and climate change that we're facing, that's something we might want to pay attention to. That the more we act in ways that are destructive of the environment, that it's a cognitive level, but it's some feeling level. Nature is feeling about it, will respond to protect itself. That's something that I think we need to pay attention to. Christian, what a wonderful exploration and insight. Thank you so much for being with me. Thank you for my pleasure. And thank you for being with us.
Wipeout. p.m. PST 10/17/2024. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Wind pursuant to the instructions of the FBI. Wipeout. Have you ever ridden inside of a 50-foot tall swell? Right down the barrel. This song perfectly encompasses that experience. And the question is, will you make it or will you be pulled under? The whistleblowers make it, guys. All the other federal felons. Prison! And then remember, guys, to make actionable means to acquire the fraudulent court document. Well, today the federal felons are confident and arrogant. Mission accomplished. They'll continue with that confidence and arrogance into next week, but come next Friday, a bubble burst. That's not tomorrow, guys. That's the Friday after. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Michelov. Jeffrey Michelov and I have the same birthday, guys, December 4th. So cool.
Today, we'll be exploring the history of idealism in philosophy. Idealism essentially is the philosophical position that
But we're about
is
40 years
composed
apart.
of meditation or ideas rather than matter. That what we think of as matter is actually a mental event or an activity or a meditation or an idea. My guest is Dr. Bernardo Castro, who is both a computer scientist and a philosopher, perhaps the leading exponent of idealism in the modern era. Bernardo is the author of Rationalist Spirituality, an exploration of the meaning of life and existence informed by logic and science. Meaning and absurdity, what bizarre phenomena can tell us about the nature of reality. Dreamed up reality, diving into the mind to uncover the astonishing hidden veil of nature. Why materialism is baloney, how true skeptics know there is no death, fathom answers to life, the universe, and everything. Brief peeks beyond, critical essays on metaphysics, neuroscience, free will, skepticism, and culture. More than allegory on religious myth, truth, and belief, and the idea of the world, a multidisciplinary argument for the mental nature of reality. And now I will switch over to the internet channel. Hello again, Bernardo. It's great to be with you.
Nice to be talking to you again, John.
You know, idealism in philosophy puzzles me because on the one hand, you have such strong logical arguments in its favor. It has a long philosophical tradition, and I think it's fair to say, however, it is definitely out of favor today in philosophy.
It may be changing, but it has certainly been out of favor throughout the 20th century and even early 21st century. We have a step in between now, which is sort of dense ideas, which became popular late 90s, early 2000s. But I have hope that idealism is coming back. There is something in the culture of ethos that makes people open up to that again.
Now, I know your inspiration largely comes from Schopenhauer, but when I was growing up and studying philosophy, the major idealist philosopher taught in American schools, I think, was Bishop Berkeley.
Yeah, the subjective idealism especially is associated with it. And it is very disputed in academia whether Schopenhauer is an idealist at all, which is surprising because I think he is obviously one. He's both an objective idealist and a subjective idealist. And he's listed in some places. The other day I was looking at Wikipedia, which is certainly not reliable. But anyway, it gives you a sample of what the culture thinks. And he was listed as a dual aspect monist, which, wherever he is not bad. He's certainly not bad. But there are even academics who have written things like discussions about what they call Schopenhauer's. They use the qualifier. They said materialism, but they use even a qualifier to sort of emphasize that, and that's ridiculous. Schopenhauer ridicules materialism in more than one place. So yeah, it's a contentious position, but I think I'm fairly certain that Schopenhauer was an idealist.
Now, you've used a few terms that many of our viewers may not be familiar with: subjective idealism, objective idealism, and dual aspect monism. Could you define those?
Sure. So dual aspect monism is the idea that we have access to mind, our thoughts, our emotions, our intuitions, and we have indirect access to matter through our perceptions, what we see, what we hear, touch, smell, and so forth. What the dual aspect monist would say is that mind and matter are two aspects
of a third thing, a third substance, which presents itself to us as sometimes matter, as sometimes mind, depending on perspective. But mind and matter as such are not really fundamental. What is fundamental is this third thing that is a pure abstraction, which presents itself to us in these two ways. Then we have idealism, which basically means that all reality is mental. It is all mind. And I guess we only have access to mind, but we tend to abstract something beyond mind to explain our perceptions in the world up there. What the idealism says is no. It's all really only mind. And then there are two options there. There's more, but let's keep it simple. One is subjective idealism, which says that the contents of my perception are all there is as far as the world is concerned. They only exist insofar as I perceive them. So the world is mainly subjective, or fundamentally subjective. And then there is objective idealism, which says, well, there is something out there. There is a world out there which we all share. And my perceptions are not it. My perceptions are just how it presents itself to us. Beyond my perceptions, there is something, but that something is not matter. That something is mind as well. And the idea here, if I make an analogy with the human being, is, from the inside, I am mind. Everything I experience by definition is mind. But from the outside, my mind presents itself to you as matter. In other words, my body, my physical body. So that's the idea behind objective idealism. Not only does it apply to my body, my mind from within, to present myself to you as perceptions, but the inanimate universe as well, the inorganic universe as well. Behind the images on the screen of perception, there is mind. I presume that you are an objective idealist. I think, together with Schopenhauer, I am both an objective idealist and a subjective idealist. And what that means is, I think, what we call the physical world exists only insofar as it is perceived. So, my perceptions do not correspond isomorphically or one-to-one with the physical world out there. My perceptions are my physical world. My perceptions are all there is to the physical world I experience. But there is something more than the physical world. There is a world behind perceptions, which is mental, not physical. So from this meta perspective, I am an objective idealist. There is a shared universe out there, but it's mental. And I'm a subjective idealist in the sense that I think as far as the physical world is concerned, there is only perception. Nothing beyond that as far as physicality.
And I gather you feel that your opinion would be in alignment with Schopenhauer.
Completely. Yeah, it's a thing that was discovered after I had a very elaborated my philosophy. Actually, I think something that really discovered last year. I knew bits of Schopenhauer and I read bits and pieces, but I think it took 10 years of thinking through the issues myself in order to be able to read Schopenhauer and not only understand, but recognize it and really sort of grasp, oh, this is what he means, because he sort of tends to contradict himself if you read him literally and uncharitably, he sort of contradicts himself all over the place. But after all these efforts, 7 books, 10 years of thinking this through, when I read him again, I thought, of course, finally, here I understand what he means.
Schopenhauer is, by many people, considered part of the school of German idealism, along with Kant.
Some would dispute that. Some would say, the German idealism is really, the Hegel side of things, the so-called absolute idealism. But yeah, Kant was German, Schopenhauer was German. They sort of lived more or less at the same time, end of the 18th, beginning of the 19th century. So yeah, on a sort of German idealism.
Well, let's go back for a moment to my philosophical history and Bishop Berkeley. He's often thought of as, at least in the United United States and maybe English-speaking countries is the main proponent of idealism. And of course, he was also a bishop in the Church of England, and I think ultimately he justified his idealism by saying everything is really exists in the mind of God, and that explains it all.
Yes, he was a subjective idealist. So what he would say is that all there is to the world is what we perceive, are the contents of perception. But then you run into an issue which is, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's looking at it, does the tree really fall in the forest? Because it's just that perceptions are all that exist. And you run into other problems like, if I drive into my garage, I see my car, I see the garage, so they exist insofar as I see them. But then I come up and I speak, does the garage and the car, do they disappear while I'm asleep? If so, how come they sort of pop up exactly where they were next morning when I go and look at them again? And also runs into issues of solipsism. If perception is all there is, why do we think we share the same world? Because you have some perceptions, I have others. If all there is perception, why are my perceptions sort of synchronized and aligned with yours, so much so that we think we inhabit the same planet, the same universe? So Berkeley solved this by saying, well, if no human, no organism is looking at things, then the state of these things is preserved because God is always looking at them. God is always perceiving. It's a sort of elegant way to get out of it. To really get out of it elegantly, you need to have some kind of objective idealist position, which is, the state of the physical world is preserved. Not as a physical world, but as a mental world that presents itself to us as physicality. But when nobody's looking at it, it still exists. Not as physicality, as mentality, but it's still there.
Well, it seems to me that this idea of a mental world that exists independently of your thoughts or my thoughts is very similar to Berkeley's idea of the mind of God.
It could be, but you see that both would say there is a world out there that is independent of my personal individual mind. For Berkeley, it would be the mind of God. But for Berkeley, he would say that this world still looks like what it looks to me, because God is perceiving it, so it still exists as perception, as forms and colors and sounds and flavors and smells. It still exists there because God is perceiving it. It exists in the same way that it exists to me when I am experiencing it. For Schopenhauer, for instance, to contrast it, this world out there would still exist, but not in the form we perceive it. It would still exist as a will, as a set of volitional states that strive, and because they strive, they are dynamic, changed, and evolve. It wouldn't exist as colors, flavors, as smells, if no human being is looking at it. It would exist as volitional states. That's Schopenhauer. For Berkeley, it would still exist, but it would still exist as colors, flavors, melodies, and all that, because God is perceiving all that. You see the difference?
It's a subtle difference to me, since in either case we don't really have direct access to the ultimate nature of reality, so it's an inference at the end of the day.
Everything is an inference except solipsism. Because, what is an inference? An inference is when you're postulating the existence of something that goes beyond your direct personal experience. If you don't do that, you're locked into your direct personal experience. If you're a solipsist, all that exists is your own personal mind, and everything else is just appearance. For instance, if I were a solipsist, you would exist to me only so far as these pixels on my screen. There would be no real Jeff Schwartz with an inner life, who experiences love, who experiences sadness, who goes about his life, who has an inner life. That's an inference, because I don't have access to your inner life from mine. So if you don't want to infer, you're a solipsist. And as Bertrand Russell said, even those who profess to believe in solipsism actually don't. because if you really believe in solipsism, you would do nothing. You would talk to nobody, right? You can argue the case. Why would you argue? Whatever I'm arguing with doesn't really exist. It's just an image in my mind. So, and so the question then is, which inference is better in terms of conceptual parsimony, in terms of empirical adequacy, in terms of internal logical consistency? That's the question. You're bound to inferences anyway.
In the solipsism, I'm under the impression that the people who wish to attack idealism as a philosophy often use solipsism as their weapon and say that your philosophy is just another version of solipsism, and that leads to mental illness.
Yeah, that's the argument of people who don't know what they're talking about, right? And they are arrogant enough to think that they actually do. There are other lines of silly argument against idealism. Another one is, I just saw it the other day, where I can today comment online. Somebody saying, well, idealism can't be true because we know the universe existed before consciousness arose. So if always in consciousness, then that couldn't be the case. I mean, that's entirely circular reasoning, because you're assuming that consciousness is generated within organisms. So before organisms arose, there wouldn't have been consciousness. Well, it's a question-begging argument. You're assuming that which you're trying to defend. In your argument, the point in contention is precisely whether consciousness is generated or whether it's there to begin with. The idealist would say consciousness is there to begin with, before life arose, and life just corresponds to a particular local dissociated configuration of consciousness. So yeah, there's a number of silly arguments against idealism. They don't need to be taken seriously, but there are some good arguments up there as well.
Given that the mainstream philosophical community has turned against idealism, although I suspect at one time it might have been much more open to idealism than it is today, what would you say is the strongest, most compelling argument that caused that turn?
I think it's a bad argument ultimately, but it has appeal if you don't think it through. What happened in the 19th century, two parallel processes. Science evolved very quickly and proved its effectiveness through the development of technology. The 19th century was the Industrial Revolution really achieving escape velocity, so to say. In the 18th century, things were beginning, but it became mass distributed sort of railways, telegraph, and all that in the 19th century. And science, because scientists need to be objective, psychologically, materialism was conducive to science because it allowed experimenters and theorists to disassociate themselves from what they were experimenting with, this neutral third-person perspective in science. So there is a psychological affinity between materialism as a philosophical position and scientific development, but it's purely psychological. There is no philosophical argument to be made there, because you can do science exactly as we have done under idealism as well, perhaps even better. But there is this psychological thing, under materialism I am detached from the physical world, because my consciousness is generated in my head, it's not part of the physical world, so I can experiment impartially. So that is one thing. The other thing is what Nietzsche called the death of God. What others trying to remember, that there are other ways to refer to what happened in the 19th century, especially the second half of the 19th century, which was this general disillusionment with the dogmas of religion, which were then seen as naive, as cheap explanations for what's going on, because perhaps for the first time in human history, they were taken solely literally. There was this thing in the human mind, this separation between metaphorical truth and literal truth. Before they were conflicted. there is this nice episode of Star Trek in which, I think Next Generation, in which they meet an alien race that communicates only in terms of metaphor. And it takes Picard and his crew a long time to figure out what was going on. I mean, that alien race would have been us centuries ago. But then in the 19th century, there was this bitter approach, the death of God, the century of disillusionment. We've lost access to meaning with the disillusionment with religion. With religion out of play, what is the meaning of our lives? And then there is this fluid compensation, this psychological phenomenon in which you compensate for that loss of meaning, for trying to find meaning elsewhere. And physicalism played big time on that end. Physicalism gives you access to other sources of meaning, the work you do, which survives your presence on this planet. Elitism, this idea that you belong to a valued elite and the rest of the world can't really understand what you're doing. So you have this self-affirmation that is also a source of meaning, and a number of others. I think that's basically what happened. And before that, just before this happened, at the end of the 18th, beginning of the 19th century, idealism was basically mainstream. Hegel was provided the sort of philosophical underpinning for Protestant Christianity in Northern Europe, not Germany, Denmark, the Netherlands. That was the time of idealism. But somehow in the 20th century, despite the gigantic problems of materialism, insoluble problems, arguably, it was somehow considered the most plausible philosophy. It's a mind-boggling thing. I think 100 years from now, we'll look back at the 20th century and we'll say, man, we were crazy. What were these people thinking?
So are you suggesting then that the shift away from Hegelian philosophy occurred?
Dear Godzilla, this Thursday evening, I am grateful that I, while being held hostage here for the 71st day, am at least not surrounded by the vultures who the federal felons gave my children to. Amen.
Occurred more for sociological reasons than because of the logical power
Federal
of
felons,
criticisms of Hegel?
you're the ones going to prison. Never forget. Asterisk, whistleblowers excluded.
To be honest, who understands Hegel? But the choice for a certain philosophy as the mainstream of a culture, almost 100% of the time, well, perhaps 100%, I can't think of an exception, is made for social, psychological reasons.
And just to be clear, guys, it's my understanding that God is not going to be merciful in any way, shape, or form with the remaining federal felons that choose to proceed with their non-existent federal defense. I have a responsibility to share that with you as a legally ordained minister. Food for thought.
It's not based on the merit of the argument. That's how humanity works,
Well, I recall a famous episode, and again, I'm going back to Bishop Barclay in his era. In English literature, one of the famous people of that era was Samuel Johnson, who wrote the first dictionary. And he was followed around by a fellow named Bosworth, I believe it was, his biographer, and they're talking about Bishop Barclay's philosophy, and Samuel Johnson kicks a stone, and he says, that'll put an end to it, implying that anybody with common sense will realize that idealism is obviously wrong. And
that's the kind of what philosophers would call vulgar intuition, things that seem to have a psychological until you think about it and you realize that it doesn't work. Johnson's argument, kicking the stone, prove materialism, makes a case for idealism because when you kick the stone, you experience the concreteness, the solidity of the stone. It's an experience. Concreteness, solidity, palpability, these are qualities of experience. So by emphasizing those qualities, kicking the stone, what he's saying is experience takes precedence. Experience is what guides our view of what is really real. Look how concrete it is. I kick the stone, it hurts my toes. It's really there, concretely, palpably. Hey, that's idealism, because a physicalist would say, when I kick the stone and I feel the stone, all of those qualities are just inside my head. They are generated by my brain. The real stone up there, I have no direct access to. It's a purely abstract entity described by mathematical equations. And it has form in the sense of abstract spatial relationships. But everything else is purely abstract. It's just that my brain translates that stuff, which I can't even visualize because I can only visualize in terms of qualities, translates that stuff into the solidity, the concreteness, and the probability of the rock. But for the materialism, that's all in the head. It's not really out there. So you see, Johnson's argument that if really scrutinized, it's an argument against materialism for idealism. But vulgar intuition kicks in, lazy thinking, and somehow it gets transformed into the opposite of what it actually is.
Well, I recall in an earlier discussion pointing out how seductive materialism is. And I suppose Johnson's example would indicate that.
And materialism is seductive insofar as it is not understood. I wrote a segment about this. I wrote the Why Materialism is Not Only. You say it's a game of steel and switch. The apparent intuition of materialism is based on something that actually doesn't follow from materialism. This idea that the world is concrete, it's really there, I can hold it, I can shake it, I can kick it. Well, these are all qualities of experience. Or the notion that the real world is out there, it's not in my head. Well, that's what idealism says. The world is not in your head. It's your head that is in the world. Because there is only experience and your head is an experience. The materialist would say the world insofar as you experience it is entirely in your head. When you look up and see the stars, your real skull, the inner surface of your skull, is beyond the stars itself. Because the stars you see are a product of activity inside your skull. So is that intuitive? Not at all. When you really scrutinize the implication of materialism, what it is actually saying, it is the least intuitive alternative on the block. It's a candidate for being discarded immediately. But somehow it appeals to the intuition of idealism as if it were idealism. And people defend idealism based on intuitions that are actually idealists. It's a ridiculous cultural phenomenon. It's really amazing.
Well, I'm under the impression, and correct me if I'm wrong, that probably the reason that idealism was at one time thought of more favorably is because of Immanuel Kant. That he's, to my limited understanding, I certainly don't have a degree in philosophy, but I understand that Kant would be the major proponent of idealistic philosophy. Would you agree?
He opened the door. He wouldn't be an ontological idealist in the sense that he never said that the world is essentially mental. What he did was to say, whatever the world essentially is, the world out there, I have no access to it. It's what he called the noumenon. And what he said is, I only have access to the phenomenon. In other words, I only have access to how the real world presents itself to me. My perceptions is all I know. But the thing that is behind my perceptions, and which in some way conspires with my perceptual apparatus to generate my perceptions, that thing behind the phenomena, I have no access to it, and I cannot say anything about it. So this idea of transcendental idealism is basically a recognition of our epistemic limitations, the limitations of our knowledge. And it sort of eliminates a certain naivete that there was before Kant, which is that our perceptions correspond one-to-one with the outside world. That the qualities and experience are really out there. There's color out there. There's melody out there. Now that's a naive view because color, melody, flavors, these are all the results of the interaction of your perceptual apparatus, of your cognitive system with whatever is out there. But you cannot make any statement about what's out there. And it is this separation that eliminated that naivete that opened the door for real ontological or metaphysical idealism. Because people said, well, if I don't have access to it, then the best and most parsimonious inference is that the nature of the noumena out there is the same as the thoughts, emotions, and perceptions in here, because that's the only thing I have access to. And that's the door that opened. And then Hegel came in, Schopenhauer came in, but Kant himself, I don't think transcendental idealism is real ontological idealism. It's more of an epistemic.
Well, as I recall, somewhere in one of his writings, Kant suggested that perhaps mystics did have direct access to reality.
He made a couple of comments like that. He made also a comment about that Swedenborg. He was impressed with something Swedenborg did. Swedenborg was not in Stockholm, I think it was in Germany, and then he had this vision of a great fire back home in Stockholm. And he described it in details, and as they found out later, this is before the telegraph, as they found out later, there was a fire exactly as Swedenborg had described. Kant was impressed with it, although I don't think he would know that because of archival research. I don't think he would admit that publicly. So he was triggered, he was impressed with certain things. But his argument is an epistemic argument. Even the word transcendental that he uses, he employs it in a way totally different from the meaning we attribute to transcendental today. For us, transcendental today is something spiritual, something beyond the immediate vicinity of this world. For him, transcendental means not accessible through direct perception. That's all he meant. So for Kant, physicalism is a transcendental philosophy because it's postulating the existence of something beyond your perceptions. Your perceptions are just the representation of something that you cannot directly access. So it is in that sense that it's transcendental. I don't think
my little baby.
so this epistemic conservatism of Kant, I don't think he would ever officially or publicly acknowledge anything related to psi phenomena about technology, although he wasn't.
Today, in philosophy, you have people like Daniel Bennett who argue that consciousness doesn't even exist at all, which is about as far away from idealism as I suppose you can get.
It is a puzzling thing that people can make this, which is probably what Adrian Strawson said. This is the weirdest statement, the weirdest thought ever to arise in human mind, not only in philosophy, but in any field of human activity, right? Because knowledge starts from where? Knowledge starts from mind. Before we construct theories of reality, all there is mind, is consciousness. Otherwise, everything would be a blank. And not even dark, because dark is a perception, is a qualitative experience. So, as somebody who is not stupid, like Daniel Dennett and a few others, to make a statement like this, and years ago I thought there is something subtle and impenetrable behind this statement that I don't understand, because otherwise it's just stupid, right? It's just outright crazy. I looked through it for a long time, and I concluded it's not there. It's just not there. It's something to be studied by psychology, I think. People who seriously defend this
Here's my little house otter, some salmon and some chicken.
A more serious case studies in psychology, because what we have here, we have consciousness, denying that consciousness exists. I mean, it's sobering that a professor who is otherwise an intelligent man makes a statement like this. I just could not find any deeper line of argument behind it. It's just what it seems. It's absurd. Outright crazy.
I assume that he's trying to say, well, we're processing information and we're doing it so rapidly that we actually think we're having an experience, but we're not.
The argument against this is when you think you're having an experience, that's already an instance of consciousness. So consciousness cannot be an illusion because where do illusions happen? They happen in consciousness. So the illusion itself is already an instance of that which you are denying. So when you say consciousness does not exist because it's an illusion, hey, then consciousness needs to exist because an illusion is a dynamics of consciousness. Something has to be included. It's not lights out, the lights are on, even if everything that you experience does not correspond to some objective truth. You still experience that. And the illusion is something experienced. It is phenomenality. It is already an instance of consciousness. But the only way I can reconcile that with a minimum degree of sanity is to imagine that what these people call consciousness is some particular configuration of consciousness. Because otherwise they're just crazy. It's just outright nuts to consciously deny the existence of consciousness. And if that's the case, then that if what we are denying is a particular configuration of consciousness, then the whole argument is trivial and it doesn't do what it's meant to do. Because the hard problem of consciousness is not about explaining particular configurations of consciousness. It's about explaining the existence of experience to begin with. So if I'm correct that what we are denying is a configuration of consciousness, then it doesn't solve the hard problem at all. It doesn't even scratch it.
I agree with you. I know I've never been able to figure this line of philosophy out. Jumping around a little bit, let's go back to Schopenhauer. And you indicated earlier that he believes that the world, independent of our experience, is composed of will.
Yes, the will, capital W.
Well, and I obviously he means something different than my individual will.
Absolutely. Schopenhauer started from where Kant left off. Kant said, my experiences are the phenomena. And what is behind the phenomenon that sort of triggers it, or causes it, or participates in its arisal one way or another is the noumena, and I will make no statement about that because it's beyond
Well,
knowledge.
tomorrow's October 18th, isn't it, everybody?
Schopenhauer said,
Yeah.
no, we
Tomorrow's
can't
October
make a
18th.
statement about it. Because you see, all we have as far as other things are concerned, other people, rocks, mountains, trees, lakes, all we have is the phenomenon, which Schopenhauer calls the representation, the way they appear to us on the screen of perception. But we don't know the thing itself. We don't have a first-person perspective of rocks, lakes, mountains, and other people. But then Schopenhauer said, there is one thing I have a first-person perspective of that does not require representation. I have direct knowledge of it. That's one thing, and that is me. I do not appear to myself purely in the form of representations, even if I seal myself in a sensory deprivation.
So Schopenhauer is my favorite of all of the Western philosophers. Everybody that knows me knows that. The World as Will and Representation, I think, was a pivotal book in my future when I read it for the first time ever at the age of 20. Anyway, Schopenhauer has some notions that kind of tie into a lot of Eastern philosophies. For instance, Schopenhauer believes that anytime you're with a human being, they desire something. The Buddhists call this, wants. Anyway, once you get whatever it is you desire, it's immediately superseded by what? Another want, right? Just think of this from an analytical perspective. Try not to go into the nuances. So Schopenhauer said, hence, as a result of those facts, the only moments that we have that are truly enjoyable are moments that he refers to as aesthetic moments of appreciation. For instance, when you're at the lake and the sun is just right and it hits the trees around you and you're not paying attention to anything other than the glittering of the light reflecting off of the lake and onto the leaves, and for a moment you're able to do nothing but be appreciative for the beauty in the moment. You know what I'm talking about? We all have those. They usually only last for like 60 to 90 seconds. Anyway, Schopenhauer called these moments of aesthetic appreciation. Then Schopenhauer used to like to consider at great length how we know anything exists, including ourselves. The conclusion there, obviously, is because of our senses. We see it, we taste it, we hear it, we feel it, etc. But then Schopenhauer went a little bit further with that and decided to discuss the phenomenal world and the nominal world. What about the things around us that we don't have senses to perceive, or that for whatever reason can't be perceived with the senses that we utilize? Does it fail to exist because of our lack of perception? These are some of the great quandaries of Schopenhauer that still remain unresolved. But as a whole, excellent, excellent philosopher. And you may be wondering what I'm listening to. This is New Thinking Aloud with Jeffrey Mishlove. It's an interview titled The History of Ontological Idealism with Bernardo Kastrup. And I may be wrong, but I believe that he used to play music on occasion with Debbie Harry from Blondie. This guy was being interviewed. Now, Jeffrey Mishlove, all of his best interviews, in my opinion, he was forced to pull down due to the federal government just before COVID. But he has some good interviews that are public. I really like the ones with a friend of mine named Jason Reza Giorgiani. All of the interviews they did with each other prior to COVID. That's the key word there, prior, where they discuss philosophy, folklore, mythology, these things, and not their fallout. Anyway, if you haven't checked it out, you should check it out. And if you are my age or older, you probably know who Jeffrey Mishlove was. Probably saw him on public broadcasting channels when you were a kid.
Camera, and I can see nothing, I can hear nothing, smell nothing, feel nothing. There is still something it feels like to be me, right? I don't disappear if my perceptual apparatus stops working, if all my senses go blank. I don't disappear. I have another access, another epistemic channel to gather knowledge about me beyond representation, beyond perceptual appearances. And that is what is that? And we said that's so real. Because if I eliminate all images from sense perception and all images from imagination, dreams, visions, and all that, there still remains certain feelings, and those feelings are of a volitional nature. There is something I want or I don't want, that I fear or desire, that I like or dislike, that makes me glad or unhappy. All these things are volitional states. Volitional in the sense of desire, but also volitional in the sense of fear. Because what is fear? Fear is desiring not to be around that thing. It is an inverted form of desire, but it's volitional nonetheless. So that was his great insight. And then he said, if from the inside I appear to myself as real, as volitional states, then the most parsimonious influence is to say that real is what underlines everything else as well. The entire world outside must arise on the substrate of volitional states. They define volitional states, but they are volitional states as well, because that's how I appear to myself from within. And although I can't be other things, it's a very reasonable inference to say that it is the will that underlies them as well. So that is the piece that Schopenhauer made, and I think it's brilliant stuff.
Well, I suppose going back to ancient times, people have attributed willful states to the divine.
Absolutely.
We talk about God's intentions all the time.
Yeah. And then, look, to say that everything is will is a very broad statement that people tend to interpret in specific ways and forget that they are the ones laying those extra constraints on it. One is to say, all will is deliberate. Like our will can be deliberate. We can consider alternatives very self-reflectively and consciously choose one of those alternatives, and that's what I want, that's what I choose. That's deliberate volition. But there are many other kinds of volition. There is volition that's completely not deliberate. Spiritual volition is not deliberate. My cats usually don't deliberate about what they want. Sometimes they seem like they do, but mostly they don't. But they still have will, and it's not deliberate. So when we say everything is will, and Schopenhauer is very clear about that. He dedicates pages in the first volume of The World as Will and Representation, emphasizing that when he says that the will is what underlies the entire world, it doesn't mean that it's deliberate volition as we expect.
Did you finish your
Because
salmon?
deliberate volition, and we have whole scheme of things, it says, requires, abstract.
Hard for me to gauge how much I'm giving you. That can is like
The
12
world
ounces
is
and it's halfway gone.
It gets technical, but the spirit is to say, I don't mean that everything is deliberate. I don't mean that the stone chooses to fall down the mountain because it deliberates that it chooses to fall down the mountain. That's one thing. Another thing we have to guard against is what are the boundaries of the will as it manifests in the world. When I say that the whole world is real, is it implied in that statement that individual rocks have a will of their own? Does it mean that a lake has a will that's different from the river that is connected to that lake? Where are the boundaries of this will? So a specific answer to this question is not, whatever the answer is not implied by what Schopenhauer said. If we want to go further into what he said, we will realize, and I wrote a book about it, it will be published next year, you realize that only living beings, in his point of view, have this individuated will, a will bound to the boundaries of the body, as far as representation is concerned. That I have my own will and you have another will. And my girlfriend downstairs has another will, and my cats have another will. But two rocks don't have separate wills. They are the manifestation of the general forces of nature, as Schopenhauer describes it. So behind the inorganic universe, there is only one will, which you could call the will of God, if you want, because that would be the will that underlies the entire inanimate, inorganic universe, the non-dissociated will in my own terminology. And he also emphasizes that cosmic universal will is not deliberate. It is instinctive. It's a striving will. And it's because it sort of strives more or less blind. It's because of that the universe is dynamic. I mean, look at what it took nature to make us, right? 3.5 trillion years of evolution on this planet, all together, with countless living beings having died over the millennia in excruciating, horrible ways. Suffering is the mainstay of what's going on. So for Schopenhauer, it couldn't have been planning, cold, deliberate mind that would have given rise to this. From his point of view, nature is clearly striving blind and making more mistakes than its force points. And creating a lot of suffering that it doesn't actually want to have, but it's sort of feeling its way in the dark, trying to get somewhere that nature itself doesn't really know in a deliberate, self-reflective, and cognitive way, like you and I do. Only we have this capacity. And then that's why we applaud the violence and suffering of nature.
Very interesting point of view. So I assume that Schopenhauer and other idealists like yourself have no problem with the question of human free will, which I gather is a real problem for many physicalists and materialists.
Why would you say that?
That it's not a problem?
Yeah, what made you say this? That it's not a problem for Schopenhauer?
Because Schopenhauer seemed to express a direct access to his own states of will as if those were primary.
Yes, the will would be primary. The will is basically volitional conscious states. And Schopenhauer calls it will instead of consciousness because he needs these states to have two features. One, the universe is dynamic. Things are happening. So there needs to be an impetus for things to happen if it's consciousness underlying everything. So it's volitional, because only volition has impetus. And two, these states have to be originally endogenous. Because before the first human being or the first living organism arose, and perception therefore arose, representation, the only states that this consciousness could have were endogenous states, like volition. Volition is an endogenous state. I don't need perception to feel like or to not feel like doing something. That's why he calls it will instead of consciousness. That does not mean, however, that for Schopenhauer or for me, that this will is free in the sense of, there's a name for that, blank in a libertarian. It doesn't mean that the will is free in a libertarian sense. And so for Schopenhauer, Schopenhauer is concerned, although he does explicitly deny that at some point, but the logic of the system does not, in principle, deny that the will is determined. It's determined by instinct. A crocodile is a very predictable animal. You can predict exactly what it's going to do under what conditions. The experts know that. Why? Because it's instinctive will. So it's so predictable that if you're tempted to say it's deterministic, I personally think the whole problem of free will is an invention. It's a conceptual invention of human beings. I don't think the problem exists to begin with. Let me explain to you why. When we say free will, we don't mean that the choice is completely indeterminate. It is determined. It is determined by my preferences, right? If it were completely indeterminate, it would be random. It would be completely unpredictable. It wouldn't have any consistency, and that's not what we see as free will. Free will just means that I am free to choose according to my preferences. In other words, my choices are determined, but they are only determined by what I am, not by outside constraints.
And you presumably also have the freedom to change your preferences if you wish.
Which basically means that you evolve another preference, a preference for changing an earlier preference. But it's always determined. So when we say I have free will, it only means my choices are determined by internal states, states that I identify with. But it's still determined. It's not random. It's not libertarian. So when we say free will, then what is the conceptual space between pure randomness and full determinism when we talk about free will? And you realize that free will is actually determined. It's just that it's determined by that which I identify with. But it's determined. So I think the whole problem of free will is the question is badly posed. It suggests a problem that's not really there.
And maybe another way to look at it is the question of teleology or purpose. Now, I understand that in mainstream science, teleology is ruled out. There's no room for it, except maybe in some areas like management science. Schools of business refer to objectives and purpose and think of it in a scientific way, but most physical physicists don't seem to have any room for teleology at all. But I gather that as an idealist, you're not ruling that out. Teleology has a role in idealism.
Yes, and Schopenhauer even wrote, I think, a whole chapter could even have been titled Theology. But if not, it's a chapter about teleology. Anyway, he wrote extensively about it. And I am with him on that, with many other things that I discovered. And the idea is, okay, if there is consciousness that underlies everything, or the will of Schopenhauer, then this consciousness, because it strives, because it's doing something, it's trying to get somewhere, it has influence. There is a state that this cosmic consciousness would consider optimal, that would make it feel like, oh, yes, that's what I was looking for all the time. So this teleology is there. Whether it is deliberate is completely another question. You can have instinctual teleology. You can have an instinctual goal, and you can tell yourself what that goal is, but you know if you're getting closer or further away. You know whether it's cold or warm, if you know what I mean. You can tell based on your direct experience, your feelings, whether you're going in the right direction. Am I feeling better as I go in this direction, or am I feeling worse? If I'm feeling worse, I'll make it for course correction. And you can say that you can abstract the idea that there is an attractor behind this, that there is a future state that sort of pulls the development of current states towards it, like the gravity well of a black hole or whatever. But that's already an abstraction. We may need a different theory of time to reconcile that with current knowledge. But even if you don't really have that attractor, like in Hegel's theory, we talk about attractors, but it doesn't mean that there is anything in the future pulling the system. It only means that the constraints and dynamics of the system are such that it looks like it's being pulled. And I think for universal consciousness, for the will, the same rationale applies. We know whether it's getting warmer or getting cold, because that's an instinctive or instinctual reaction. And that reaction may happen at a cosmic level. But it could be that we are sort of blindly striving towards that. And we often make mistakes. We fall into local minima. We need to make course adjustments. Certainly it looks like that, because the evolution of the universe from the perspective of consciousness is pretty haphazard. There's a lot of suffering, a lot of shit happening.
But what you're saying now reminds me of, I suppose this would be a view associated with what some people call the perennial philosophy, the idea that ultimately we are all moving toward a state of mystical union, and that's really what we desire even unconsciously, but because we're not aware consciously of that desire, it often gets translated erroneously into things like drug addiction and other forms of sexual addictions and food addictions and things of that sort.
Sure, I mean, in Jungian psychology, the gods don't disappear. They never disappear. They went into the gulf of alcohol, and they went elsewhere. Sex. We are all striving, I think, for this state of oneness. This collapse of dualities, what the Jungians would call, individuation, when the polarities sort of collapse into each other, and you realize that they were never being different, they were never really apart to begin with. But I'm not very romantic about this. I think this is true. I don't argue logically in a compelling way for it. It's more of a feeling and intuition. There's a bunch of things I think that not justified, so they never go into my books. I think this is true. I think nature as a whole is striving for this cosmic individuation state. It's not a return to what it was. It's like the circle of a spiral. You sort of go to the same place again, but at a higher level, because you have had the experience of not having been there. And I think this is what we are striving for. But I don't think it is this
nice, virtuous, and exhilarating state of cosmic nirvana. I think it's a very painful process. And I think anybody who has undergone the process of individuation, as Jungians call, will acknowledge that it's not a pretty road. It's a very arduous path in which you have to confront things in you that you really don't want to be there, you don't want to acknowledge, and which are very painful to integrate. So yeah, I believe that, but not in this romantic way that we see in the New Thought movement.
You know, I've done a number of interviews with people talking about idealism from various perspectives, and you've used the term romantic now several times, saying you're not a romantic, and yet I understand it was the great romantic poets who were contemporaries of people like Schopenhauer and Kant, who made some of the most forceful, I can't call them arguments, but in a social sense, they were, in effect, arguments for an idealistic worldview.
Yeah, when I used the word romantic, I meant it in a rather vulgar, popular sense, the sense of a sentimentalist. I didn't mean by it that's associated with the romantic movement of the late 18th and 19th century. From this perspective of the romantic movement, I see myself largely as a romantic. I tend to quote romantic poets often. Then it is a biased view, but I think it's a necessary compensation from where we are in our mental ethos today. I don't think the romantics were absolutely true. I think they missed the other side of the story. But we are so biased towards the other side now that that romanticism has its place, funny and balanced. I wonder if Schopenhauer would identify himself as a romantic. I'm not sure about that. He died in 1861, so he lived through the golden age of the romantic movement, Byron, the music, magic blanket, Wagner, the composer. To what extent that is internalizing this philosophy, I don't know.
But I imagine it might be the case that many of the romantic poets found some inspiration in Schopenhauer's philosophy.
That could very well be, although Schopenhauer only became known in the last decade of his life, so from 1850 onwards, and that was already the tail end of the romantic movement. It lasted another 20, 30 years, and then it was gone. So I don't know whether I think he wrote his main book, The World as View and Representation, in 1880. But it had zero repercussions. I think a couple of hundred copies were printed, and most of them were out 20 years after. So it's sold like the tents.
So what led to the revival?
It's a mystery, isn't it? I mean, the collective human consciousness is a very mysterious thing. Sometimes it chooses to become very enthusiastic about certain lines of thought, like neo-art writer over the past couple of decades have exploded in the world scene, and it was completely ignored from most of the 20th century. So it's like, what makes people make these choices, and why are certain things popular and not? I mean, I grew up with rock and roll, and now rock and roll is sort of a niche. Popular things is a mystery, there are archetypes behind this for sure, but I cannot find content of their behavior, so I don't know what makes Schopenhauer suddenly explode in the scene. It probably has to do with the fact that he was he's still considered a pessimist. I don't think he was a real pessimist, but this idea that there is a universal will and it strives blindly could have connected with the general cynical ethos of the second half of the 19th century. This sort of purging of all illusions, and the idea that the true nature of all reality, including of ourselves, is this blind
crazy, striving will sort of goes along with that. It shares the same frequency of vibration, if you know what I mean. That aspect of
one might even think it's rather compatible with many conventional materialistic thinkers looking at evolution.
Sure. I think idealism is extremely compatible with successful scientific theories, and it's just that people have a knee-jerk, vulgar reaction immediately say, "Oh, it's not." But when you look at it, it is.
Well, Bernardo, you began your career as a computer scientist, and then you moved into philosophy. I am under the impression, and tell me if I'm wrong, please, that very likely today you could be the leading exponent of philosophical idealism.
I don't know about that. And it's not something I even try to think about.
Well, I don't need, to flatter you. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to get a handle on what the scene is like today for a philosophical idealist. Who are the people who contemporaries who you find most interesting?
A lot of them would identify themselves as panpsychists. There's a new name on the block, it's called cosmopsychism, but it's basically fashionable new name for idealism. And there are some compelling philosophers out there working in this area. The reply I gave you was not an attempt to be modest. I think we talked about it once, I don't know, but I really don't think about that. What drives me is a funny sense of responsibility. If I have an idea, it sort of burns me from within until it's written and published. And then I am relieved. And then I get another idea or a refinement of it, and then the pressure comes again. It's a generally unpleasant thing. Over the past 10 years, it has been very unpleasant. So my writing, only now it's becoming pleasurable. My latest book, The Idea of the World, marked a sort of a general relief. I felt that what I had to write is written, what I had to put out, it is out there. Now I'm writing because I enjoy, because there are certain things I want to say, but it doesn't have that horrible sense of responsibility that I felt before. So that sense is what drives me. And from that perspective, if I am the main proponent of idealism or not, even if are lots of people reading me or not, of course I'm interested in being read. That's why I do what I do, is to be read. But whether it's millions or thousands or hundreds, it's abstract. This internal sense of responsibility doesn't go this far. So long as I publish what I think I have to publish, that's it. The rest, man, it's not my problem anymore. If I'm popular or not, if I'm selling in millions or in the hundreds of thousands or in the tens, not my problem. I did what I needed to do, and that's it. I don't take responsibility for the rest. I don't know, it's a funny thing in my psychology. Once it's written, it's not my problem anymore. I market it, I talk to you, I want to be read, I do what I can, but it's not like, I really want to be very popular. No. If people say, I read your stuff and it's shit, fine, maybe it is. For all I know, but I wrote what I needed to write.
What I mean by crediting you in that way is that I'm not aware of anybody else who was arguing in such a rigorous, logical fashion in forums like Scientific American on their website where they publish many of your essays, and you're doing it in a way that's very passionate, and you're telling people, look, our philosophical systems and in fact our whole culture is on the wrong track. That's a very strong voice. I know that I think your thinking is in alignment with people like Ed Kelly and the anthologies that are coming out, like The Irreducible Mind and the Physicalism and Beyond, or Beyond Physicalism, I think it's their second volume. Those are the people who I see you as sort of part of a school of thought.
Yeah. I'm passionate in that sense. Yeah. If something connects to my inner intuition, I'll follow along. I'll do the best I can do about it. idealism will be mainstream again. There is one thing I feel very strongly is when it's passive states counted. It just doesn't work. When you look at it carefully, and you realize what it implies, what it entails, it just doesn't work. It's simply not the most plausible thing out there. So that will end, whether it's idealism, some form of panpsychism, dual aspect monism, I don't know. And I don't feel responsible for it. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. I don't feel really responsible for it. I feel responsible for doing what I can. But if it doesn't turn out the way I would like it to turn out, no, I would be dead in 50 years anyway.
Well, in a way, I feel much the same. I'm doing these videos. I'm releasing 3 a week. Most of them are pointed in the same direction as your philosophy. I come at it as a parapsychologist with, a lot of data, empirical data that's pointing in the direction of idealism. But ultimately, I'm not responsible for how the whole socio-cultural, political, economic environment turns out. All you and I can do is call it the way we see it.
Yeah, and that environment, the dynamics of that environment is not guided by reason. It's not guided by quality of argument. It's largely guided by an emotional because of the culture at a certain point in time. It's guided by the appeal of certain personalities, the charisma of certain personalities. It's guided by fashion. A big fashion of the beginning materialism was the fashion of humans self-deprecating, humans enjoying in a dark way this idea that we are nothing, we are cosmic dust, we are good for nothing, we don't need anything, whatever is in our lives doesn't matter, because it's a much bigger thing and we are not in the center of it. So there was fashion about sort of a masochist fashion that made people get across as tough, tough mind, people who have face facts, with their facts in the face, and they have the truth, somehow they think better, they feel different than the religious people who were sort of, after wish fulfillment and all this stuff. This fashion may be changing. I don't see it as cynical and as sanguine as it was in the 90s and even before that, although I was thinking.
Well, as a computer scientist, you might appreciate many years ago I interviewed Marvin Minsky, one of the founders of the cybernetics, and he was arguing that we are nothing but meat. And then he said very strenuously, he said, you should be proud of being meat.
Our psychology is, and I'm with you on that, it's driven by archetypes, and it's an archetype, a self-deprecating archetype. There is a serene thing in a serene potential in the human mind that is the opposite of inflation. Inflation is when we say, I'm God, I'm the center of the universe, I'm all powerful, whatever I think is true. And of course, the opposites balance themselves off. And throughout the 20th century, sort of swung the pendulum all the way to the other side with this serene, self-deprecating approach. But as any cultural fashion, these two will pass. It's a question of time. And the question is, what will be the next thing? The whole thing is not ultimately driven by argument. I think you have to be to a minimum degree out using Jungian terminology here. I don't know if it makes sense, but you have to be a minimum degree of individuation. So we are not part of the mass consciousness of the isms. Idealism is, in our culture, we have to use an ism in order to convey your position, in one view, in one word, so people know where to place you in the scheme of things. But the isms are mass cultural, mass consciousness movements that sort of eliminate your individual point of view. You have to surrender your individuality in order to belong to that group, to that labeled, standardized way of thinking, so to say. And I think you have to be to some degree independent of that. You have to based on precinct. They are in the grip of archetypes, they are in the grip of fashions, of the ethos of what Jung called the spirit of the time, as opposed to the spirits of the past.
Well, Bernardo, this has been a wonderful conversation once again. It's a delight to be with you. Thank you so much for being with me.
I find it very enjoyable as well, Jeff. I hope we'll find another excuse to do this once more.
Sure we will.
Thanks. Thinking aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Michelin.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Michelin. Today, we're going to look at the philosophy of Charles Sanders Peirce, a great American philosopher, often credited as being the founder of pragmatism, the American school of philosophy. With me is Adam Crabtree, who is author of Evolutionary Love and the Ravages of Greed. Adam is a psychotherapist with a private practice in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, where he also is involved in training psychotherapists. Some of his other titles include From Mesmer to Freud, Hypnotic Sleep and the Roots of Psychological Healing. Also, Multiple Man, Explorations in Possession of Multiple Personality, and also Trans Zero, breaking the spell of conformity. Welcome, Adam.
Thank you.
I think it's fair to say that of all of the great philosophers of history, Peirce has had perhaps the greatest influence on your work.
Yes, I would say that. Yes. First, my interest in Peirce is quite personal in the sense that there are certain aspects of it that really captured and grabbed my imagination. That's very, very important. I don't claim to have an overall grasp of all its philosophy, but certain things are really important to me and have shaped my thinking and helped get me into the guidance.
Now, first of all, I'm always puzzled by why do we pronounce his name Peirce when it's spelled Pierce?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I know that that's the way it used to be pronounced, so we'll pronounce it like it did.
Oh, okay, fair enough. And he was a colleague of William James.
He was.
So he was active in New England in the 19th century.
That's right, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
And William James considered him perhaps his most brilliant colleague.
Yes, without any question. He considered, I think that William James considered him probably the most important American philosopher of that time. But very few people of his contemporaries shared William James's view. Probably because he had certain personal difficulties in relating to people and getting along well with people socially.
He wouldn't be the first philosopher to have that.
No, that's true.
You're the last.
Not the last, yes.
So, among his contributions, perhaps most important is really the basis of pragmatic philosophy, which James and others took up.
Yes, that's right. And that has to do with the fact that action speaks more to the central nature of things than ideas. And so that philosophy, you might say, waters that approach to reality.
Well, tell me if I'm wrong. The way I interpret pragmatism is that to put it in a nutshell, if it works, it's true.
That's that has truth. It's really not quite so simple because if it works, what he was saying was what we really know about reality is what we find through the way of acts in response to our living in it. And anything that is not different in its action from something else, it doesn't really have meaning unless the action that it produces to get on.
I interpret it in a unique way as a parapsychologist.
Okay.
I run into lots of people who have ideas about how they perform various psychic functions. Some people would say, well, I read the astrology chart, and it works for me. I can get accurate readings based on an astrology chart, or I can get accurate readings based on using the tarot cards. So, because it seems to work for those people, their belief system, I might say objectively, there's research that disproves astrology, but I can't deny that it works for that person and it's their truth. Am I completely off base?
Well, that would have a place in pragmatism to see things that way, yeah. So, because you like different concepts, but the thing is that you're both seeing some action, some fact that is presenting itself, and that's what's important.
It has a lot to do, I think, with the unique character of the American psyche, where tours.
Yes, absolutely.
And so it's a philosophy that, was given birth to North America.
Yes, it was. That's right.
And there are many criteria of truth. For example, is it consistent with logic or mathematics or consistent with empirical observations and so on. But the criteria of that it has to actually produce something that works. Well, there's a big downfall there, I think, because I've done other interviews in which people point out that technology has been so successful that we project a mechanistic view, which is behind technology, onto all of nature, and therefore we misunderstand nature. That might be applying pragmatism too far.
Well, I tell you, it's precisely the area you just bring up now that this post has been so influential for me. And it takes me in a slightly different direction from the notion of pragmatism, almost related to that. And that is Peirce's idea that all of reality is mind. And so he called himself the objective idealist. And that means that everything is mind, but that doesn't mean that mind produces reality. Reality is dead. But everything is mind. Mind is what makes up reality. And this has a lot of implications. For instance, one of the things that it means is that when you look at the world, including the physical world, that has the qualities of mind. And that means that everything has something of freedom in it, and free choice, which to us sounds really strange. Yeah. But he calls this a kind of pure chance of free choice in nature itself. We recognize free choice in ourselves and in human beings as obviously there. We know what it feels like. But to think, what is the free choice of an iron atom? For instance, he would take that subject seriously. And what he would say is that it has a little tiny bit of free choice, but it's so small that from moment to moment it remains the same. You can't choose to be different from moment to moment, not very much. You can choose to be very different from moment to moment. I can say, okay, I'm sitting here, but I might just say, well, look, I think I'll always,
could have, because I had free will. You could walk out of this interview right now if you chose. If I chose.
And that means the degree of freedom that I have or that you have, and to a lesser degree, but still there, that animals have, is much greater than as you go down the scale of nature to what we would call matter, matter like an iron atom, and their freedom is very small, but it's still there. This is what is crucially important. So he believes that, for instance, the laws of nature are habits of action that have built up over time. They're not imposed or given from the outside.
Not absolute.
Not absolute. And the
It
laws
sounds like a very modern idea.
yeah, right. It is. It's influenced modern people quite a bit.
Yeah.
So you would say that in some indefinite time in the future, the laws of nature will be somewhat different because the habits will change.
I did an interview with Rupert Sheldrake, the biologist who wrote a book on just that subject.
Okay.
As if it was his contribution to human knowledge, and you're saying that, a century earlier, a person had the same idea.
Oh, yes. And this affected James, too. James got on to a certain degree that idea that laws are not laws, but habits. And because the reality is free to conform habits, that is, the next, we choose the next moment of existence. Everything chooses the next moment of existence. It gathers together what it is, and in this situation, it chooses what it's going to be next. So, like I said, I could choose to leave. Yeah, the iron atom is not going to be able to choose to be something other than iron atom qualities. It's so small that iron really stays consistent. We can determine that it'll never change. But it can. So that iron might be slightly different in something that it
What you're saying reminds me of a principle that was enunciated by one of my mentors, a person I know who knew Arthur Penn Young, who was a cosmologist.
I love it.
Yeah, the inventor of the Bell helicopter. He wrote a great book called The Reflexive Universe.
Yes.
And one of the points he made is that the photon follows the principle in physics called the principle of least action. If a photon has to go from point A, or let's put it this way, if a photon goes from point A to point B, it gets there in the quickest possible way. But that's not the same as being determined, because, like water may flow down a hillside and it's predetermined which way it goes according to the principle of least resistance. But the principle of least action is different than the principle of least resistance. It seems to apply teleology, that the photon is choosing somehow to get to where it ends up in the quickest way, not the easiest way.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm glad you mentioned the magical word teleology. Yeah. Teleology means there's a goal. And aim. And if you're going to have an aim, you're talking about life. If something is aiming, something has a goal, and that teleology defines, the fact that teleology defines evolution. Why we have evolution is because things go to teleology and they go somewhere in the next moment and the next moment and they develop.
Another word for teleology would be purpose.
Yes, purpose.
And that was something that mechanistic, deterministic science tries to rule out.
Well, that's true. He first wrote a book called Evolutionary Love, where he talks about this kind of thing. This is the basis of evolution. And he developed the phrase, very important phrase called developmental teleology, which means at this moment, for instance, I'm determining what I'm going to be at the next moment. And that puts that determination makes the next moment different than this one. So I'm developed, but when I get there, then I have to determine what the next moment is going to be. So my teleology is constantly developing. My teleology is evolving. So that this is the very basis of all of it. Everything changes that way. Not just human beings, but every particle in this universe is that way. A developmental teleology, so that the outcome of evolution is impossible to determine.
as opposed to Richard Dawkins' notion of the blind watchmaker, right? That's right.
I mean, the notion of watchmaker includes the notion of legitimate laws rather than of habitual ways of being.
I suppose, although Arthur, I used to say that if the universe is a great machine, it's the determinists would like you to think. You have to remember, every machine had an inventor, a creator.
Well, that's right. That is true. In the case of the universe, the machine then becomes free. That's something that we can't make happen.
No, but it seems as if Bruce was very advanced in his thinking about these things.
Well, he was. Well, another thing that attracted me to him was the fact that I've never seen anybody start to explain the coming into being of reality in this way. You have to start from nothing, and then you can explain it. Well, how does he do that? Well, that's what I thought when I first thought of it. I thought, how can anybody do that? Well, that nothing that he is talking about at the beginning is not a nothing of pure absence. It is a nothing of potential. It does not exist yet. It does not yet have a being, but it has potential, unlimited potential. And then something happens and begins to move that potential into actuality. You call it a kind of spark that occurs, and then another spark. And when you get two sparks, they then have a relation to each other because they're both happening. And that brings the actual state of existence from this nothingness. I can't do justice to it here, but it is really intriguing and makes sense, actually.
So he really saw the nature as vibrant and alive, even things like this that we would consider dead and inert.
Exactly. That's what he means. It all is fine. So objective idealist. Everything is fine, including exactly. And when you have that attitude that everything is fine, the world changes. Yeah. It really does. You realize that it's much more frequent than you tend to think it is. And it's much more interesting. What part of this business of the world is fine is related to this notion of sign and semiosis.
He regarded as the founder of the field of semiotics, which is the field which studies the nature of signs and symbols.
That's right, how they interact with each other. And he believed that the world is a profusion of signs. This is the way he put it. And or said a profusion of signs. According to what he means, everywhere things are interacting with each other on the basis of signs. One sign affects something else. And I'll give you a very simple example in terms of between me. If my friend comes along and I'm not feeling so good, my friend greets me and gives me a smile, that smile is a sign of his goodwill towards me. And that smile changes me because now I feel a little better.
Smiles are extremely powerful.
They are.
We in our business created a video just about 20 reasons why smiling affects the world. My wife has a business where we teach people to smile at work, because it has such a huge impact.
It does. You see lots of examples of sign. The smile is a sign. And when it reaches me, I interpreted it in such a way of this affection, and I change. I am the interpreter. There's the sign and there's the interpreter. And when I change because of that, I become what Bruce would call the interpretant. Then I go on and I meet another person who's my friend. I smile at them. My smile is a sign that changes them, and they go on. And in this way, signs spread out in every direction.
It's one of the first things that a baby learns is to smile.
Yes.
And then babies get a lot back. Smiling.
That's right. So this is something that intrigues me also, the business of science, because it's related to a notion that I have of how evolution occurs and how love is involved in evolution. And that's a bigger subject that we can talk about.
Well, we're going to go into the so influential. I know other people such as yourself who feel like maybe the most important philosopher in their life, and yet he's so relatively unknown. He's very obscure. Well, one of the reasons he's relatively unknown is that he's hard to read. It's a difficult philosophy, and I believe it's difficult because it is so original and it's so profound. But you can't just take it in like that. You have to shift it. You have to change the perspective on reality. It's hard for us to do. So I think that's part of it. And it's just because he's not easy, and he wasn't a great writer. He wasn't a writer like William James was. So his writing also doesn't count. But the other thing is that he had problems in his life related to people, and found it difficult to remain employed as a teacher and so forth. And I think that there were some bad feelings developed towards him that actually retarded the understanding and living acquaintance with him over time. And he didn't write any books. Everything is in notes, and so he couldn't really be published. So there are lots of factors that count in the fact that he's so unknown. It's certainly not, I don't think that it's not important. Well, how is it you would counter this work? Well, that's a good question. This was at Esalen. I was involved in the group at Esalen called the SURSA, the Survival Seminar. It Mike Murphy got together with son in 1998, looking at human survival after death. That's right. That's what we were looking at. We stayed together for about 15 years. We produced a couple books of prevention. Now, it was somewhat in the process of trying to understand human being, human nature, that I shifted to James. Who I hadn't studied that closely before. And then when I got to James, I shifted to First, James started by First. So I started to study him. And it took me about a year to begin.
Rebel rouser.
And then once it started to click, James is much more accessible. And James is.
Hey, check this out. So I stopped buying random lotto tickets and started doing this instead. You probably heard
And not just the paranormal, but of religious mysticism. And religious being really initiated the scientific study of religion.
Baby elephant waltz. Yeah, baby, I know all about that. How are the federal felons in Unit 207? Go, Team Federal Felons! Yeah! FEDERAL, Federal Felons. Brr, it's cold down here. There must be some Nazis in the atmosphere. Some kidnappers, hostage holders, fraudsters, thieves, stalkers, chronic harassers, cyber attackers, hackers, wannabes. Fraudsters, yeah. Professional disgraces. Let's go with Intercontinental, baby. Tequila!
5 words.
Tequila. To quote the Beastie Boys, guys. I am intercontinental when I eat French toast. Oh, federal felons. How does it feel to know that I'll be getting millions of dollars while your asses are sitting in prison? Mixed reactions there. I prescribe tacos, guys, with fresh cilantro and lime wedges, blended margaritas, some churros, or if you want to be fancy, have flan, which I think is fucking disgusting. And of course, some mezcal or some Patron if you want to be gangster. Personally, I just take a shot glass full of tequila ones and some chips and guacamole. Tequila. Come on, you know the word. There's only one word in the song, guys. Word. Tequila. Oh. Rumble. Link Ray. Rumble. Link Ray. Rumble. Unit 207. Mute your fucking microphones. Possible deniability. Why don't you guys ever wave and smile to the FBI anymore when you go on the balcony to stalk me or the front stoop to mock me? Huh, Unit 207? Just joking. One of you so anxious you can't even go to the grocery store without doing a full circle when you grab the shopping cart in the parking lot. Too much? I've said too much. Well, this is what happens, guys, when you hold a Jew hostage in the basement after 13 and 19 months of terrorizing them. It's okay for you to be nervous. Just eat lots of food today and tomorrow. That'll make you all feel better. Some chocolate, too. Should I do a classical song that is a bit of a spoiler alert for you guys? Nutcracker, sugar plum fairy. You'd be like, hello, Mystic, where you been? Locked in the basement. Thanks to the Nazis. some people mistakenly upstairs are like, oh, ha ha ha, I have a vagina. This song's not about me. You're misinterpreting the song, guys. It's Act 2, The Sugar Plum Fairy from the Nutcracker. Let me enlighten you. Redacted.
amongst other things, as well as being the founder of pragmatic philosophy along with Peirce, and considered America's first great psychologist. But James also was a deep explorer of the paranormal, and because Peirce was his close friend, Peirce was also exposed to this. He was exposed to it. And he had some problems with, for instance, the Society for Psychical Research. He didn't like the way they did experiments. He was a stickler for that. He was a scientist above all. He would call himself a scientist, nevertheless. But in those days, they didn't do experiments such as they did after J.D. Ryan. No, in those days, it was case studies. Yes, they were. He wrote a review and a criticism of Phantasms of Belief, which was great. It's a volume work, years work. Very, that's right. The Bernie and Popper and Myers. And his criticisms are reasonable criticisms. And one of the things he had trouble with was the notion of the explanatory value of telepathy. The Society for Psychical Research tended to use telepathy to explain a lot of paranormal phenomena, clairvoyance, and so forth. He thought that this was not the way to go. He thought they called it thought transference. Yes, in those days, implying some sort of information transmission model. That's right. And actually, telepathy is a word invented by Myers, which is feeding at distance. But anyway, he believed that the way to explain paranormal communication is the continuity of mind. We are all in touch with everything through continuity of mind. We share one mind in some sense. Yes, we share one mind because we come from one source. Now, that source at the beginning of cosmology that I so deeply tried to describe. So he believed that connection was real and operative all the time. So there's some access that we don't know how it can be, but there's some access that we have to everything. And that's a better explanation than telepathy. I think so. As a matter of fact, the problem with the extrasensory perception model or the information transmission model is we have no organ of reception and no physical means whereby the information can get from point A to point B, especially when it's coming from the future, or coming instantaneously over thousands of miles of distance. But to suggest that perhaps the illusion is in our notion of time and space itself, because things are actually connected at what some people call the non-local level, that makes much better sense. I would think it's more consistent with the Jungian notion of synchronicity as well. Well, it is. It is also, a lot of what he says makes sense in terms of quantum physics.
always there, and they're in a better position to appreciate the things. Now, let me ask you this, Adam. You are a psychotherapist, a former ordained priest, and a philosopher. And we know that in the history of philosophy, there are some great philosophers who suffered various maladies, and Peirce is one of them. Yes. How do you think his philosophy was affected by the fact, I think some reviewers or biographers believe he was bipolar? Yes. They made biographers and last. How do you think that affected his thinking? I don't think it affected the outcome of his thinking at all. He was logical to other. That's him. He was known as a great logician. He was a great logician. It certainly affected how he went about his life, and therefore when he developed this idea or that idea, and what would be what he might write now, who the things to be published, and so forth. So his personal life and the bipolar dimension certainly affected all that, but I don't believe it affected his philosophy. I don't think he could have thought differently if he went bipolar. Isn't there a sense, I think you mentioned to me privately in the conversation, that the bipolar personality tends to reach out more to extreme positions? Well, yes, I think that the bipolar personality has this ability to take a starting point and branch out in every direction at great speed. Extraordinary that way, and that's why there are some who believe, like Robert Crompton, who believes that many of the great inventors and original people in history were bipolar. It has the disadvantage, of course, of having dysfunctional relationships and confusions, and there are things that stand in the way of it too, being more productive. But I feel that notion of being able to branch out and make connections that other people are not making, that's a tremendous gift. So that may have the bipolar condition may have influenced him in a positive way. Not necessarily the conclusions that he drew, but the fact that he drew those conclusions at all. Exactly. Yeah. There's a sense, I think, in which perhaps every condition that you label as a mental illness has a flip side, which could be a great strength for the person if properly integrated. I think that's true. It's certainly true with the guy like Wolf. And Peirce might be an example of somebody who is, to some degree, was able to do that. Yes. Yes, I think he did. Yeah. There are some who are able to not let that bog them down so they become totally dysfunctional. They're looking at producing it. And I think those people are pushed by the very power of their minds to keep going, to not become bogged down, because it's so important to live. Still, Peirce really struggled through much of his life, financially, because he had this condition. Yes, he found it hard to maintain employment. He found it hard to, like James tried to arrange a series of lectures on his part, and that sort of thing. He couldn't do that for himself very well. So all of this affected his financial condition, and he struggled his whole life to stay above water. So, well, what a fascinating exploration of truly a great American. Yes, a great. Yes, a great. Adam Crabtree, thank you once again for being with me. You're certainly welcome. And thank you for being with us.
Thinking aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Fishman.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Fishman. Today we will be exploring psychedelics and
Thinking aloud. Thinking aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Fishman.
hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Fishman. Today we're going to explore Plato's great classic, The Republic. With me is Dr. Pierre Grimes.
Thinking aloud. Thinking aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishra. Thinking aloud. Conversations on the leading edge. Thinking aloud. Thinking aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychology. Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishra.
If we're going to look at the classical mystical path, as it is said, what is sometimes called the perennial philosophy or primordial tradition, our guest is James Tony, who is the author of the mystical accord, sutras to soothe our times and lives for spiritual evolution. He's also the author of two dystopian novels, Moon Rise in September, and Iron Man. I don't know who she is. He's a qualified barrister and has taught law out in the world. He's also a fine artist. Welcome, James. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you. I know you take a lot of your inspiration in looking at the mystical path from the writings of Aldous Huxley.
Yes, I didn't revisit Aldous Huxley until after I'd done the work and I began to look around for similar statements in content. I'm not quite sure at the end of Aldous Huxley's writing about what his vision of the future was for anyone for society. But in relation to the perennial philosophy, my disposition decided.
Well, you wrote the perennial philosophy.
Yes, yeah.
I was also myself greatly influenced by Winston Smith, who wrote a similar book called The Primordial Tradition.
Yes, yeah.
And the idea behind both of these books is that if you study the great mystics, spiritually realized people from all cultures, you can see that they are experiencing a common unity. Some people say, that they have of the mountain, but it's all one mountain and you get to the top.
Yes, yeah. I agree with that. My view is that the people genuinely following most the spiritual path and schooling, strange, cold, so whatever on the side of the line, but we're looking at the main traditions that have been around for a long time, the great disciplines, great history, great evolution. We see the same general path of evolution. So what I suggest is that there is a kind of simple structure. I've articulated in my terms as a structure for my line of spiritual evolution. So
still important. And when you get into this, I think very recently in regulations of the doctor, I've heard some practitioners saying, well, this is only something, this is the only thing you can only get with the doctor, you can get the honest exclusivity and territoriality, which in my view is inappropriate for genuine treatment because you can learn and be informed from the different conditions. So it's a similar thing with like martial arts. I believe martial arts is very important in a way, it's very useful for people to develop that ego development, to defend themselves, but there's a very deep dimension to it. And of course, the after these New Mexico, coming up in Colorado, and I'll meet up with my former karate sensei, quite often. We'll probably be on the community soon, all this time concentrating on that. But he's a high level black belt, but not only is he a high level black belt, he's a person 20 years deep from there, the county, the state, western, Taoist perspective is quite interesting. But he would have a very deep understanding of what the karate do in know. Saying that I do a bit of judo as well, but judo in the gentle way. So judo was not meant to be merely about showing it was very effective and I don't recommend it to anybody. But behind it, the founder, Kano, who founded judo, believed that students should be given complete freedom, they should be educating themselves, educating themselves in a culture, with a holistic spiritual path. Those kids get knowledge else, and yet the left with the kids is very part of the whole story. So it's important to look respectfully at other traditions. So learn whatever tradition there used to be wrong and criticize and say, well, you were born Jewish, or you shouldn't be, it's easy for you, whatever, or you were born Catholic, it's easy for you. But you should learn in your own tradition and have respect for others and change as and how people do. I've always liked Franklin, for example, and I think that they have something to offer them that is quite unique, and they've shown that in relation to their business practices. So this idea of coming out into the world and being indifferent, for each strong form or historically, that they had a basis in a philosophy that emerged from other spiritual practices. So this is established by Quakers. Yes, yeah, they have and also they have a history of treating their workers better historically. For example, during the Irish Famine Law, one of the groups actually helped people, and then they were network for that. And at the same time, the Toronto, I think there is Shackleton, if I'm not mistaken, the registrar thing from like the background, so they might ignore the real world and try to with their spiritual background helps them deal with the real world, and also they have a very direct connection to the individual and the higher authority, so it helps them interventions.
I have often heard it said that the mystical people within the religion have more in common with each other and the more religions that they have in common with the more orthodox from their own faith.
I believe that to be true. The only distinction I would make that if you look at the 2 days it's a lot of very, very distinctive and unique parts of that I don't think we find out. For example, only on that place, only on the exception that there are some that they're so involved and so specific. I think
Well, I agree with both of you.
yes,
I tell you because I have had the privilege of interviewing many great rabbis, many great swamis, Sufi ministers. One who I was particularly close to was Rabbi Zalman Schachter, who was well known as a Hasidic rabbi, a very devout Orthodox Jew, but he felt uncomfortable going into a Muslim Sufi community and praying with them.
of course, I find Sufism is very easy for me to understand and identify with what I do. There's a terrible example with my school. As another example of the opposite of that, and this is where the doctor fits in. As far as I remember my father saying that when he was younger, the church would not allow them to attend the funerals of the colleagues and neighbours. They weren't allowed, so they're only allowed saw a horse transform into a woman working. It's quite incredible. But anyway, the point being that there's a territorialism, that the spirit of the religion is gone. There's nothing in the spirit that I can see in this chapter that would say, on some doctrinal ground, you're not allowed to attend a funeral within prison. So yes, of course, the rabbi will be very comfortable and recommend and be respectful when you bring up which is our tradition. But there's a crucial issue, which I guess I would say it relates to the notion of discipleship. It's very tradition say that the only way you're going to get involved in the spiritual path is if you have a guru or a teacher, someone who has already realized, you'll never get there on your own. But I'm not going to bring this conversation. You would suggest bringing a beautiful conversation about person globalism, but and the point that ignores individuals giving up their own personal sovereignty to some institution or organization.
No, I don't. I don't believe that the concept of submission and self-discovery like the Jesuit order. The order emphasizes the idea of submit to authority.
Okay, it is 6:42 p.m. PST. I'm gonna play back the beginning of this video to go over those sequential talking points for the second time today, just in case Unit 207 does what they did at the start of this, meaning shuts down this live stream before I played it a second time. So it is now 6:43 p.m. October 17th. October 17th. I'm going to play the beginning of this live stream. I just clicked on it, so that's why you heard me repeating myself. Where I go over the sequential talking points I'm to go over. Just know that the actual time is 6:43 p.m. because I'm going to be saying that it's 1 something p.m. since this is when I went over it the first time in this video. There we go.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
6:43 p.m. PST.
2024. Federal felons in Unit 207 illegally and criminally shut off my live stream and disconnected this laptop from the internet again. Something they've done 3 times total since they last kidnapped my children. So apparently the YouTube live stream before this ran for 8 hours and 50 minutes, although on the laptop it appeared to be running well into 9.5 hours. Until I opened up my YouTube on a different laptop and then lo and behold, upstairs did what I just addressed. So we're gonna have to go over my sequential talking points that I already went over just now. assholes upstairs have been double charging me for internet, sometimes 5 times over, depending on what you're looking at in the funds that they stole from me. These are some of the federal felons going to prison who are all currently in Unit 207, the condo above my home, of 12 years still, even though they've kidnapped.
Also, still true right now at 6:45 p.m.
After my children had stolen 20 grand from me. Oh, federal felons, remember, you're the ones going to prison.
Can confirm.
Before I get to the sequential talking points, I need to put the proper title here on this video since the federal felons upstairs did what they did one prior to this that should have run for a couple more hours if not for their evidence tampering. Almost done with that. Alright, since those changes should be saved, and then I should have a title. Take a minute from this browser. Yes, those changes are saved. Okay, so it is October 17th, 2024, 1:10 p.m. EST.
Remember, it's really
recording
6 something
when
p.m.
the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Now, I am to go over a series of sequential talking points, which are already went over twice, but because of the balance of 207, if you're disconnecting of my live stream for somewhere between 30 and 40 minutes, right before I initiated this one. Nothing happened, by the way, in that period of time. I was just listening to Bert Kreischer's podcast. So this letter was sent 2 days ago at 4:28 a.m. It was received on October 15th, 2024 by every federal felon that's going to prison, their employers, every single precinct, department, office, association, LLC, etc. that is facing prison time and has been 100% legally liable for all 100 plus crimes that have been perpetrated against me just since September of last year, as recent as this very moment in time. It's also sent to reporters, to every judge's personal law commissioners, the courthouse, the attorney general, the Snohomish County Sheriff's, the school district I worked at for over 7 years, my son's superintendent, the entire police department of the Snohomish County Superior Courthouse, and of course, the FBI. It's also sent to my property manager and my quote-unquote landlord slash extortionist slash one of multiple third parties used to kidnap my son, i.e. another co-conspirator, or as the FBI and Seattle Federal Marshals have called him, domestic terrorist. Just joking, I don't think you're no domestic terrorism or like. But everyone in Unit 207 will be. So I'm going to start with this.
Can confirm.
I'm going to alter simply the date and time. Everything else I'm going to read verbatim or paraphrase really, really well. Some parts of this letter I have almost memorized because it's an update to the September 15th letter that we've been going over 4 times. Every 24 hours in this questions. So the subject line here is October 17th. Remember, I'm changing the dates sometimes. 2024. Debrief in my final legal notice to all of the guilty of being federal felons and or third parties who perpetrated crimes at their behest. I gave North Everett Precinct, Everett Prosecutor's Office, Unit 207. File retaliation to my 13 months of cease and desist letters and reports on threats like these kidnappings. Remaining threats are to convict and or commit me for no legal reason, evict me from my home of 12 years, give my disabled sons to my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, and their abuser too. Now to the contents of the letters, guys. To whom it may concern, this is an updated brief to my September 15th, 2024 letter. Some things remain the same. Others are new information, such as the following. One, for example, the last time in North Everett, precinct officer illegally came through my home while holding me hostage via their officers in Unit 207, ignoring over 12 months of cease and desist letters, hanging signs, my YouTube live stream, which they got on record, made viewable, including a reasonable accommodation request to not knock on my door without an appointment via email, and attempted to illegally hinder per the directives of Unit 207 and walk into my living room was on September 26, 2024. You can watch the YouTube live stream. Two, the last time a fourth party came to stop me, copy the behavior of our every precinct the night before last. My father was cut out of my life 9 years ago. It is nowhere cool to stop stalking me on behalf of your uncle Owens. My mother cut out of my life after taking an extorting me for 2022. He wants an additional 200 grand from me for the home I own and has been in for 8 years. Whom assume the level of liability based upon whatever fraud she has now committed.
Damn.
Courthouse by conspiring, Unit 207, the North Everett precinct. I multiple times convicted stalker and abuser. For the record, I will not be opening the door for anyone who has not been cleared and or approved by the FBI as has been the case for months, and neither of my parents are on that list.
Can confirm.
Three, the last time unknown platforms appeared outside my door was shortly after my September 15th letter, and this is not cleared out. There are currently multiple unopened, not authorized, large vanilla envelopes outside my door. I have not personally served anything since February 2023, and any claims elsewise of fraud that I have included live streams to prove it.
A very expensive fraud, I might add as well, guys. So expensive.
I have been running them 24/7 since day 3 of 71 of being a hostage in Unit 207, the North Everett precinct Everett prosecutors. This is important as for weeks the FBI did not authorize my opening my door at all while being held hostage and actively stopped by the city of Everett employees who are going to prison. 4. I continue to be stopped by those who have been guilty of it and received cease and desist letters since April and or September 2023. The North Everett precinct bears a substantial financial liability, including every non-immune civil rights violating stalker in Unit 207, and that they have sent to break the law, kidnap my sons, commit fraud, harass, etc.
Point blank.
Now, lesser important updates in the memo from September 15th. I continue to be prevented from violating any local case that is 14 years old with my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, and or any other case that has my name that I have not been legally served for. Law clerks, petitioners, federal felons file these to the courts, and or anyone else who files these on my behalf. And the court cases provided in my email from the end of August, right? They want $1,000 from me. We'll receive that when I am cleared for the Attorney General/FBI. Following the detainment, arraignment, and indictment of 27 named federal felons, excluding those who have blown the whistle and will be testified against those who issued orders and legal authorizations from and or were promised non-existent fraudulent immunity. I have been instructed to relay the following information to the FBI. 1. It is October 17th, 2024, 1:17 p.m. Yes.
It's 6:54 p.m. PST, but I'm replaying the sequential talking points from the beginning of this YouTube live stream because I have nothing to say that's updated other than the time. It's tricky to rock her around on time. That's right. It's tricky. Tricky.
Yes, Steve. This is day 71 of being held hostage by the undercover officers in a unit directly above my home of 12 years.
Hi, guys.
For a year straight, I've discussed over 100 crimes perpetrated by them against me
Yeah. Yeah. It's true. You know it's true. And if you've not blown the whistle, you're going to prison. Deservedly so, I might add.
It is, but not limited to threats for years to get that my sensitive third parties, reported to everyone including the guilty parties prior, to convicted or convicted and convicted in custody of my sons for multiple times being stalker and abuser. As a result, for a year straight, I must report it to a live streaming and at 8.0 dumpster. They illegally shut off the phone and internet provider of the decade in August and blocked not one, but 5 different cellular providers, brand new phones, and over 90 SIMs from activation, and prevented my ability to make a call input to the live stream. They began holding me hostage, following over 72 cease and desist letters for a year straight, including every third and fourth party they have now put under their own federal investigation. As of today, I continue to be unable to make a call and be owed nearly $1,000 from August from various cellular providers in the Houston North Everett precinct and 207 prosecutors. I have not been refunded, in addition to the further financial frauds they are guilty of from September 1st to September 5th, October 1st, and October 5th. I cannot even dispute these transactions due to their crimes, requires phone and or mail contact.
Been confirmed.
For instance, the FBI has extracted a YouTube live stream from August 23rd public as 3 hours in. You can see an officer who was expected to come to my home to commit fraud.
This is going to prove to be a very important fact, ladies and gentlemen. One you can't take back because you had the opportunity to so many times and you didn't.
After 11 months of cease and desist letters not to do so, criminally trespassed, even with a sign that stated don't knock without warrant, and two morbidly obese women who received the same 11 months of cease and desist letters, who were orally told to stay less than a week prior, in fact, two colleagues told the same evening to the live stream that was also published in August. This was done for the FBI as an attempt to create a non-existent.
And on that note, guys, at 6:57 p.m. PST, and just a little aside to the federal felons in Unit 207, if you've not blown the whistle, I haven't been told this, but I surmise you're going into prison outright, because I do know that everyone who doesn't blow the whistle is going to prison. But if you're starting to think that perhaps you should, you're absolutely right, because in case you've lost count, there are 14 days left in this month of winning lengthier prison sentences. And you know that nothing I've said is a lie. And you also know that everything you've done has been extremely wrong, federally and in state statutes.
In a further delay, the thousands of to be fired by up to return and allowance.
So I'm saying that because a humble, apologetic, whistleblowing email to the FBI could be the difference between you sitting in prison for 35 to 50 years. Or you testifying against a couple of people, none of whom really are in your life in a decade either way, whether you're in prison or not.
Brandon Gill is an officer. I reported all the officers in Unit 207 to his instructed / ordered to aid the North WC / at the prosecutor's office by pretending / committing fraud. But he sent in referrals, and they have been planning this for a year, and I've been reporting it for just as long. Ergo, he is now going to be arrested too, unless he is blown the whistle.
And do keep in mind, guys, there's been double-digit whistleblowers from everywhere that there could be, according to the FBI. And there have been multiple whistleblowers who frequent Unit 207. One of whom had you known blew the whistle in August would have resulted immediately in not a single one of you being in Unit 207. And yet here we are almost 2 months later.
Anne-Marie Bowers, the HOA/property manager of the home of the Globe here, as far as I know, she has done nothing legally or illegal. But the FBI wants me to press that she is also under investigation. It was also promised fraudulent, non-existent, in privacy agency. Whether she declines or accepts that offer, I have not been told. 3. Next time to address verification, the FBI has stated if you seek verification not giving it, you stonewalled. You either are under investigation 1 of 27 and/or you are known/close associate with someone who is. However, the FBI has stated I am to try to complete the entire treatment August 14th, and then all the updates they instruct me to post on my Instagram on August. Do so in reverse. Start with the August 31st update at 3:57 p.m. The FBI has stated any enforcement officer with copy brain will have their verification reviewed. 4. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I have been authorized to serve by human informant for many months. 5. I am a former mental health professional. The last of my licenses expired in 2016. I didn't renew any of my licenses because I've had the same job for over a decade. One has been adjudicated on in every United States and territory. I'm a legally okay minister/freelance author that provides health and financial advice. 6. Lastly, the FBI wants me to point out some of the instructions that I am under. 1. Don't open any mail from federal felons as it is quote fraud that will be quote struck down and quote
Used to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law.
2. Or not to cooperate with any federal felons, i.e. everyone who has been receiving cease and desist letters from me since September of last year. In closing, as stated previously, I cannot file anything because the federal felons upstairs using
Fraudulently obtained sealed court orders for over a year.
my devices inside their entirety are protecting it. I need one or more people getting this to be the right thing and get this before any judge or commissioner. And if anyone getting this has not wanted to listen to the FBI because like most you thought that police prosecutors affiliates were good people, remember, these people are facing 30 years to life in prison. Blow the whistle.
And on that note, blow the whistle. Save yourself, federal felons. It is 7:02 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, October 17th, 2024. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Wind pursuant to the FBI's instructions. Just to be clear, nothing that I've said or written is untrue. Hence, if you are watching this, be advised that all that will happen going forward is the unfortunate series of events that shows that everything I've been saying has been unequivocally, absolutely facts. Now that we've gone over that sequential series of talking points twice in this video, in the event that Unit 207 shuts off this live stream like they did to the preceding one without me being notified until I randomly opened my YouTube in a different tab on a different laptop. Fortunately, nothing occurred during that interval, and it was less than an hour. I was simply listening to a podcast. Now, in the event that they do that again this evening, I'll have played it twice and gone over it twice, as I am to do in every YouTube live stream. And this video should run into day 72 of me being held hostage, as it should run until around 1 in the morning. And it becomes day 72 at 11:55 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Tonight, Evel Knievel's birthday, October 17th, 2024. And don't ask me why I know so many people whose birthdays are today. I just do. Just an odd thing. I tend to attract people with October 17th birthdays and Valentine's Day birthdays. I did just start American Horror Story season 11, episode 1. So if you hear any like screaming or murdering or things like that, be advised it's not coming from me. It's coming from this season of American Horror Story that I'm about to push play on. Here's your sign, bud. It's my favorite song by Fat Elvis, guys. Either. I like Madonna's cover though better than Elvis's original.
sometimes I think my family back now. Photograph program. Other people suffer from those but myself but it's kind of what people started saying on the internet. It's interesting before. And I like photographing flowers, water drops, exposing the conversion to everyone else. Still thinks it's wrong.
I'm not here to be photographed.
I'm asking questions. Yeah, of course. You want to.
I think Joe Montello is hot, dude. I like his character in this season of American Horror Story. Delayed reaction. Oh, how embarrassing that would have been. 6 dozen. totally unrealistic. This guy's in New York. He'd leave. And he'd go tell the FBI, guys. That's what you do. That happened in the 80s and we don't. Do, do, do. Da, da, da. confirm. people and their poetry. All right, we did it. How do you do it? Too much. He said there was enough letting it open if she was.
baby. My little baby boy. Oh, you're so cute, you little outsider. Look at the cute, look at the little cat goes. Little kitty goes. I wonder cat. Oh, cute.
They call that is the that's the way to that's the way to time. I'm sorry. I have to have I do that. And if I'm and also when I want to sit down, let's talk.
Oh, our times. For sure, I would. Dude, this guy's character, I have met guys just like this guy. This rich gay guy who's a super sadist. That'll probably be like big in the news in like 10 years. The Me Too movement for all the guys that got fucked by other guys in Hollywood. For real. That's weird. Weird way to begin.
Found something and I really would want to see it right away.
Dude, I wouldn't be asking anybody anything if I was stuck. Are you kidding me? If there was a chance I was dating a serial killer, yeah. Hey, are you the serial killer?
It's 9:53 p.m. PST, 10/17/2024. I'm ending this live stream and initiating another immediately.